And good afternoon, everybody.
So how many larvae do you think Pratchett puts?
I,
Wow.
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 wow. I was just
I
about
didn't
to talk about the art piece, and then you bring that up.
I mean, I guess it is talking about the art piece.
Consider that your segue.
I suppose you're
Gah.
not wrong. I also forgot to full screen
Gah.
my 20 over here. There we go. So yes, hello, welcome in Haven System. We are starting session 11 at a very awkward time and hour because, my mental health has been shot. I had a therapy appointment, and everything's just been all fucking crazy. But I still wanted to try to at least give something for the party, so here we are. And in between last session and this, I ended up commissioning a very nice piece of Detective Pratch from Chomp Gwyn on my Discord server. And Gwen did a very, very nice job for a very good price. I think that's the same name that they go by on Instagram as well? I'm unsure. Either way, they're a local artist who's taking care of some rats that used to be mine. Lovely, lovely creature. But we have a session, so how about we do that? Yeah. So, last session was rather long. Hopefully we don't go that long this time. I don't think we can right now,
We
considering
won't.
the time
We
limits.
definitely won't.
Thank fuck. I would not have the energy to do that. But who wants to go?
We could go almost as long. I've got 6 hours.
Please no.
Oh my god.
Please no. I will die halfway through.
I really hope we get to mirror that. I hope it's smooth sailing after this beginner because you have no luck how I've been excited because we have a new look for Certia that I've been dying to show off. I'm going to scream if I have to wait.
Smooth sailing? Have you met us?
I'm going to hope, okay?
We are not gonna.
I will be honest, I don't think the ritual is going to be this session.
Not the ritual.
That's going to take
In
some
fact, you know what?
That's
Let's see
going
what
to take
kind
a
of
lot of story.
Let's see what kind of weather we're waking up to.
There's a good chance we'll get to Mira, though.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay.
Bad weather. All right. What are we getting for your entry into Sparklight?
All right.
The Fey Parade. No.
Oh, the
Again?
Fey Parade is still going.
Oh my god.
Oh boy, the Fey Parade is still going.
I mean, this will be the morning, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
pretty funny, honestly.
With what Lucretia wants to do, it would still be the night we arrive.
Yeah, so
Wouldn't it be like
we'll go over that
4 a.m.,
first.
5 a.m.?
Yeah, we probably want someone.
Basically.
We want someone to do the recap.
Yeah,
Hey,
so
let me do the recap so I can get that extra Benny shell. Can we? Can I?
Yeah, all right.
Go right
Yeah,
ahead.
No reason in particular. No.
Let's see your abridged version.
My abridged. Oh God, I don't know. I'm very verbose.
All right, our recap time.
It's not that verbose. Jesus. All right. So, last time. Wait, remind me before we start again.
Last time, if I recall correctly, it was the
was
whole
Auntie's
thing
house.
with the narrator. Yeah,
Ah,
we left from
okay.
Auntie's house.
yeah.
Gotcha. All right. So last time we started off. It was directly after the last, the prior session, where which ended on a massive confrontation between Certia and Viz. It ended peacefully with Viz, unfortunately, very, emotionally destitute, and was kind of lost in thought. Lucretia was obviously by the car, sleeping outside. She saw everything. Well, not saw everything that happened, but rather she saw Certia coming back with Viz in her arms, going back to collect some lost belongings in the woods. And Certia did not say anything. But she did still give some slight hints, saying things like, "It's not my secret to tell." She gives Lucretia enough clues that something massive just went down, and because it's not her secret, that means it has to be Viz. Viz, not non-responsive basically, too lost in thought. Lucretia, frustrated that that she's being left out of the loop, not knowing if she can truly trust us or not. Those suspicions keep boiling more and more as time goes on. So we wake up, we get a move on, we find the narrator after a little bit of work. We go through a Fey parade. We deal with a massive hole in the ground. A new one, not from the old war, using old war technology, but still a rather much newer trap of sorts.
Somebody was trying to trap something very large.
Very much so. We escape it after some serious finagling, and then we actually end up fighting the narrator, in which case we had a long series of conversations between Viz and the narrator, reminiscing, between Sertia and Abaya telling their stories a little bit. Abaya's thing was, ironically, probably the biggest thing, some of the biggest reveal. We find out some major names otherwise, such as the Crimson Jester of the Red Moon.
Of the Broken Moon.
The Broken Moon. Fuck! God damn it! Keep doing that! Anyway. And, so the Crimson Jester is also known as the Hound Master during the attack on Mural Falls a couple years back. And that same attack was one of Abaya's Aether Witch friends who lost his wife in the attack.
That attack was
him...
Yeah, that was what led him to becoming an Aether Witch.
Yes, and as a result of that, a bunch of other things happen, and now, Abaya has an understanding of, how to use Aether magic, or Aether-based magic, being a Fey Blessed and stuff like that, as well as, just having general connections there in the first place. Mirror Falls being as close to a home for Abaya as you can, aside from Torfis. Jeez. And that's where we're going, to conduct that ritual for Sertia. Alas, of course, we need to still talk about a number of things. Everyone still has secrets in some capacity. And Sertia has been wondering, hey, should I tell Abaya what's going on now that we know his story? And after a little bit more counsel amongst Viz and the narrator, she decided that yes, it's probably for the best to do so. Abaya's vitriol was very pointed, but Viz did, challenge some of his beliefs, trying to, make him more reasonable and less, extremist against the Warhounds. While he still very much hates them, he still recognizes that maybe a lot of his hatred is too extreme, especially considering his general ideals and what he hopes to gain and do by the end of this, his general goals and aspirations. And so, because of that, he became a lot more amenable to hearing Sertia's story the next time that we take a stop. A little rest stop on the drive to Sparklight, with a little shrine overlooking some fields. And that's where Sertia reveals her secret to everyone. And initially, Abaya was on the cusp of something major. But once it was sort of explained that Sertia and specifically Sertia's father, wasn't the person directly responsible to the Warhounds, but rather just had a hand in it, in that his research was used as a baseline or something along those lines for the Warhounds. He mellowed out a little bit, though obviously he still has a tremendous distrust of Silas as a person just from that alone, not to mention everything else. But otherwise, it was relatively amenable. And Abaya even offered his help to subdue his, poor friend if they put together that Sertia is turning into a warhound during the ritual, or will turn into it afterwards. Of course, they do look very different from the actual warhounds of old, but, there's still some tells here and there based, that may give it away. So it's still kind of up in the air if it will happen or not. But during that, just as before we were about to go, Lucretia actually brings something up, pulling up the little antique store lens that she bought, and she mentioned to everyone, "I have this," and showed its functionality to Abaya, and then explained that Viz, for some reason, is an extraordinarily powerful aether source for some reason. Which, yes, it was already established that, Viz, being of custom make and model, has, more aether put into it than the usual synthetic. However, this is something way, way bigger and way stronger. And so the suspicions keep rising. Viz giving something of a, of an explanation, it wasn't satisfactory for Lucretia, but everyone else was surprisingly relatively understanding of it. Viz revealed that Viz's core, its core was mixed with something of like an aether reactor, creating power for itself, but obviously not enough to not need some extra charge from outside, and thus needing to recharge every day. However, that again still did not suffice for Lucretia, and so her suspicions are just getting bigger and bigger and stronger as she does not get satisfactory answers.
Viz is sus.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up!
God.
One other thing to mention is that Abaya contacted a few folks, but most notably is Malazar. And also, your words seem to have definitely made an effect on him, to say the least. Oh my god, the chat's going wild for that one.
Oh, no.
You're welcome.
But yeah, here's hoping that, I won't say it to chat, but let's just say that the call has brought me personally some concerns. Because if anyone's been paying attention, I would like to hear in chat who realizes how Sertia slipped up with the whole captive thing. Because Sertia slipped up big time. So it's probably fine. I'm sure this will have no consequences that will prevent us from getting to Marrow Falls.
Either way, there is that phone call that happened between Abaya and Malazar, with Abaya really showcasing his aggressive neutrality as a Zarfin. But I suppose we'll see how it goes.
He really is nothing but more than a Swedish fish.
God.
God damn it.
There's also another phone call, which, if you all want to see, is done out of session. It's an
Indeed.
extra. But would you like to sum up the most important stuff we learned from that call?
No. You're gonna have to go see the extra yourself.
It's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, maybe
Yes, it
subscribe to
is.
Yumi too.
The
Yeah,
Meeting
maybe
of
subscribe.
Survivors video. It's about an hour 45. It was
It was a
originally supposed to
long
have
call.
a cool VHS effect over it, but after rendering it for multiple days,
Don't
it
worry
just
about it.
broke.
Don't worry about it.
Biting
It's
it.
fine.
That's fine.
Anyways, get your Benny. We made it to Sparklight, and that call happened late at night. It was
Around midnight to 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
And I
something
guess considering how
around there.
long it went, it probably went to like fucking 2 a.m.
Yeah. So it's probably about 2:30 when Viz leaves when Viz leaves the room. And Lucretia, how do you want to do this?
Well, are you all right with her going on a little shopping trip while that call was happening?
Shop? Where the fuck are you
Assuming-
shopping this late at night?
Oh, okay, fair. I suppose I'll have to wait till morning.
I mean,
Yeah.
hey, maybe there's convenience stores, I guess.
I mean, yeah,
If
there's
they
like
get-
convenience
get a
stores,
store.
I mean, we also got there late enough that if you immediately went to go to the store back when we got there before the call, then maybe you might have.
I mean, the one that would have mattered that she gets there within hours is like an arboreum.
Oh, what?
What?
So a garden center.
Oh, that would be closed.
Okay, so that'll have to wait till morning.
Interesting. Okay.
Ah, she wants. I'm assuming you want to sell the freaking old war seeds.
Yes.
I see. Okay.
They'd have to know what they're looking at.
Yep.
Yes.
Gonna
Lucretia would
threaten you
have
with
taken
pruning
pictures of every plant she got the seeds from.
Oh.
Because she
Convenient.
doesn't know plants, but she would have like, all right, here's the plants, and shown pictures.
All right. That's
But
definitely
in that
something
case-
to take note of.
Yeah. That will have to wait till morning.
Mhm.
So, Lucretia, after waiting for Viz to finish their charge for the evening, will knock on Viz's room's door. It was a little odd that Viz got their own room, but they did.
Yes. So I suppose just to set things up as well, right? Yes, Viz did get its own room this time.
Because Lucretia paid for Viz's room.
Wait, oh,
out
is
of
that
their
what,
own.
is that how we're
Yes.
doing this? Okay, interesting. But yeah,
As
so-
everyone was like gathering their gear and whatnot, getting ready to like head up to the rooms, Lucretia walked over to the receptionist and paid extra for Viz to get their own room during the check-in, when no one was really paying attention.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. But yeah, no, Viz would have gone back to the room, spent a couple hours doing some stuff before going for its very routine 4 a.m. Charge.
Yes.
So then at around 5 a.m. is when this is going on.
Yes. Within 30 seconds to a minute of the charge being complete, Viz will hear a knock at the door.
Damn. I was waiting.
Yes.
I mean, in that case, like, Viz will be kind of confused, but, you know, we'll probably just kind of, like, saunter on up to the door and, open it to see who's outside.
Yeah. And you see Lucretia. And she holds up her phone. And it's... the screen is wigging out and glitching. Do you mind taking a look at this? It started freaking out on me.
At this time.
I mean, I kind of need my phone.
Viz will shrug and nod. Take the phone.
Hmm.
And take, you know, look through the phone. Kind of see,
Yeah.
like, hey, is it glitching? Or what's going on? What's going on with it?
I mean, did Viz take it to the desk in the room?
I mean, I imagine that depends on how bad the phone is.
Hmm.
And I think, like, first things first, and the first, like, diagnosing issues would be like, okay, just gotta stand there at the doorway, just being like, looking at the phone, it's like, okay, let's see how bad this is. If it's a worse sort of, like, malfunction, then yes, this would go inside. If it's just
Okay.
kind of a superficial thing, then it'd be like, okay, it's fixed, and then, you know, go home.
Okay, so as Viz takes the phone and looks at it, Viz will notice it's just a video. And that's when Lucretia takes a step forward into the doorway,
Uh,
puts her hand on Viz's chest plate, and starts more or less pushing Viz further into the room.
Oh gosh. I mean, Viz is gonna, like, you know, take a step back. Definitely take some steps back. It's like, oh,
Are you
And
coming on
we'll-
to me? I cannot
Yeah.
reciprocate.
Anyway, we'll, use her foot to shut the door behind them.
I just also want to mention real quick.
Yeah.
upon touching Viz and like pushing Viz like you are, you're definitely gonna feel some like pretty strong static electricity going up your arm.
That's fine.
Ugh.
But yeah, we'll keep pushing Viz until, you know, that one cuck chair in every fucking hotel room? Just forces Viz down into it.
Yep, there's one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell.
And once Viz is seated, Lucretia will reach behind her back and unhook the crook of a crowbar off the collar of her jacket.
Oh my god.
And more or less feed that hook into all of the linkages and whatnot of Viz's neck.
Dang.
Hmm.
Is this where your suspicions are leading you?
I want you to tell me exactly what the fuck you are. Honestly, I don't care what you are. I just want to know so how much I need to watch my fucking back. And I am not afraid to literally pry the answers out of you if I have to.
I see that your mafia training is coming in handy here.
Lucretia's only response to that is to like force the crowbar a bit more so it's starting straining some of the neck components.
It definitely hurts.
You should not have to worry about what exactly I end up being. If no one finds out, then that is safer for everyone.
Bullshit. If I don't have a grasp on what the fuck you are, then I don't know how careful to be. If I don't have a gauge on how dangerous this shit is, I would honestly leave you to die if you fell. But since the shrine and your dodging of my fucking question, it's made my gut feeling tell me that if someone was to capture you, it would be way fucking worse than Sungate having that old war machine.
Viz kind of shifts uncomfortably in the chair. There's a little bit of fidgeting with the hands.
And seeing that Lucretia seeing that she's kind of starting to get it, like get some discomfort, will actually ease off on the prying of the crowbar, like bring it back down so it's a bit more comfortable. And she'll simply mention, if it's secrecy that is required, I will do it. But I want to know.
It is ironic, considering that Sertia and I were already discussing on when to tell you. You and Abaya. But prying like this just makes you an enemy of mine. Loosen the crowbar.
She'll remove it, but remove it from Viz's neck, but still have it in hand. And it is kind of like pacing in front of Viz.
Mm-hmm. Viz is going to kind of like readjust its head a little bit.
Yeah. And Lucretia will actually admit something. I didn't want to do this. You've been useful so far. And I very much would rather not damage someone that's useful. But the thing I hate fucking most is not knowing what the hell is going on.
The only reason that Certia knows now is because she has a benefactor in her father. If you want the truth, I was ready to kill her. But it is not her fault that she was in that scenario. It is her prideful, reckless father's. She was simply his pawn. If it was not for her silver tongue and stalwart spirit, she would not be alive right now.
Let me fucking guess. That now extends to me, doesn't it? And you see, like, Lucretia's muscles are visibly tensing.
Say what you will, but I have not survived 470 years by being so careless with my secret.
Lucretia, basically everybody with at least some level of schooling, which you would have at least gotten some, would know that around about that time period leads back to the Old War.
Lucretia will think for a moment.
And Viz is just kind of staring up at Lucretia, waiting for her to connect the dots.
Yeah, and she'll, like, glance over at Viz. So you're an old war machine.
Is that so surprising?
She'll kind of scoff a bit, and then reiterate a point. So just how much of a shit do I need to give? Because ultimately, I just want to know what it is that I have to cover my ass with. To make sure I don't get killed on all this bullshit. I'll find out what you are either way. And I prefer you tell me.
I do suppose involving more people than just you will be burdensome. But again, I was willing to volunteer the information somewhat imminently. Now I question your... This kind of gives you like a once-over. I question your methods and where your loyalties truly lie. You bear the cybernetics of Steel Zenith. Who is to say that there is not someone already listening? Who is to say that you are not currently being controlled and forcing you to act out like this? It is not like you would know, inherently.
With the comment of that, Lucretia will actually will brandish the crowbar right in Viz's face. I didn't become basically the right hand of the fucking Davari if I didn't have loyalty. And even if I was involved with Steel Zenith, they could have made a move against the fucking Davari years ago.
It is rather interesting how you became something of the Mafia's golden child, isn't it? There is something about you that you are holding back from all of us as well. From the things that we saw in your room. Not to mention your apparent loving family. How did someone like you become the Duvari's right hand in just a matter of years? Very, very few years.
With that, Lucretia will, back up a little bit. I gained trust with the Davari. They sent me on simple jobs, I did them. I even got captured by the police a few times, and I didn't say a fucking word. And as you probably put together, the only reason my adoptive parents are like that is because they took fucking pity on me. What more is there to say?
This kind of looks Lucretia once over again before settling on her waist area. And how do you explain these scars on you? Were you stabbed as a child by your own parents, left to rot on the streets? The grisly scene in your bathroom. Since we are apparently attempting to pry out information out of each other, then allow me to take a stab at it.
Damn.
Lucretia will actually admit I never knew my biological parents. I don't even know if I have any. Where they could be, who they might be, nothing. As for the scars, I simply got in a lot of fights.
You certainly have learned the art of half-truths, haven't you?
Lucretia will, like, half smirk. Comes with the fucking job.
Yes. Well. This is gonna stand up, or at least attempt to.
As soon as you do, Lucretia will use the curve of the crowbar and push you back down.
You'll see the eyes on the visor narrow.
Hmm.
What is the crowbar even for? Do you really think that you will be able to pry my chassis open?
Worth a fucking shot. And you've still yet to answer what I've been wanting to know. Just how fucking careful do I need to be? Do I even have to worry about lugging out your corpse should you fall?
As long as the military or a corporation does not get a hold of me. Just the same as you.
For Lucretia, that more or less seems to at least calm her down a bit. And more or less satisfy what she wanted to know.
Huh. Really?
Yes. Look, the only thing Lucretia wanted to know was just how careful she needs to be.
Yep. She never said anything more.
She wants to know what Viz actually is, to have a more proper gauge on that threat. But just don't get captured was really what she was going for. But with that, Lucretia will kind of glare at Fizz before taking her leave.
Oh. I
Now
see.
Now I'm wondering if either of you will tell the rest of the group, because I will say that this, like, depending on what happens, this could majorly affect how Certia views and treats Lucretia in the future.
God, this party has
Also,
so
I'm-
many secrets shared between other party members, but not shared between some of the others, and it's like,
Yeah. So good. But yeah. Lucretia will
I'm
simply just go out to the car, drop off her crowbar, and have a smoke.
I'm gonna be honest. Ryan and I were talking before this. We were talking about the ways we could go. We were really worried because depending on how hard Lucretia pushed it, it could have ended in Lucretia's death tonight. So I'm really glad that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Again, Lucretia doesn't want to be killed over this shit.
Ironically, like again, if she had been more pushy, she would have been.
All right.
Oh yeah, no, the party has a messed up web of secrets.
There are so fucking many. All right, all right.
This is definitely going to take some time to contemplate what just happened.
Yeah, understandable.
Because again, the idea that it had potentially was to have a a Certia style kind of like get together and then reveal the secret there. But now its trust is kind of rattled.
Why do you all keep burning down the fucking place whenever I'm asleep?
I mean, again, if Lucretia got more physical, like it would have sent out a call to Abaya and Certia. Like it has antenna on its in like one of its horns for a reason.
It would have been interesting because the Certia, who, I like to imagine has put up a reputation for trying to be a bit more peaceful if the option's available, probably would have put the gun on Lucretia and given her two chances. The first one would have her cock the hammer, and the second one would have her shoot. So, again, Certia has many reasons to be very protectful of Viz, both as a friend and also as this thing is more important than I ever will be. Protect at all costs.
Yeah.
Which, for the record, Viz doesn't want to be a VIP. Viz just wants to live its fucking life.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just not allowed to.
Unfortunate. Thankfully, I'm sure Viz will never figure out just how far Certia would go to protect it, because I think it would be very upset if it learned.
Oh, almost certainly.
But anyway, so what happens after that then? Because Certia, due to how late and how she stayed up at least an extra 30 minutes playing her mother's old ocarina, which, chat, if you want to figure out how that went, you gotta listen to the VOD, or to the extra on Yumi's channel. Go subscribe. But so she's probably sleeping all the way up till like 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
Viz is just gonna spend that extra time just kind of like working on upgrading itself. Because level up. Probably in this case, just increase, like, just kind of like taking some computer chips out and working on them to make them a little bit more efficient.
Hell yeah.
Maybe partition its memory banks a little bit.
Here's
And then
a
all.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Does Viz have a thermal camera?
A thermal camera?
Yeah.
Not built in, I don't think. I can't imagine that it would. No.
Okay, never mind.
The only one that has a thermal camera is Certia with her eyes.
Well, in Snout, because Snake.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, well, is it thermal? I mean, infrared doesn't count as thermal, does it?
No.
Oh.
No.
Never
Yeah,
mind.
it's infrared. She can sense. She can see in the infrared spectrum.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's different. Right.
All right.
Either way.
But come morning, assuming like everyone's getting up around like 10.
I'd say so.
When would that garden center be open? Would it be open before 10?
Oh, it'd be open before 10.
Okay.
Probably around 8, as is the usual opening time.
Yeah, 8, 9-ish, something around there.
Okay. If anyone like looked outside to where the car was parked, it's just gone. She took the car.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone would be worried unless you were gone for like a notable amount of time.
Yeah. Just a small observation. Yeah, she
God
would
damn,
make her
do
way.
you know how expensive an Uber is?
The Uber ends up coming from Windfall Valley for some fucking reason. Anyways. Well, I guess we'll continue. Is there anything that anybody wants to do in the morning at the hotel, or should I continue on with what Lucretia is doing?
I'd say continue with Lucretia.
I mean, I was just gonna
Uh,
spend basically the extra time to just kind of like isolate myself and probably after working on itself, it would probably just spend some of the extra time working on the fake killer bullet.
Okay. Bye.
That also depends on how quickly Myst finds it.
Wow. Damn.
Um,
Okay, that's
yeah.
21 on the repair roll.
I needed 1 point. Fuck.
Yeah.
You got four.
Hey, it's working.
Listen, can you do me a favor? Can you roll a d4, and if it's a 1, you, in your frustration, accidentally also made it a Lucretia killer bullet? Okay, you're fine. You didn't let your emotions get to you. Would have done extra damage to Lucretia specifically otherwise.
Damn, all those wasted raises. Fuck.
Yep.
Damn.
You can say that all of them go to your self upgrades.
That is true.
You can now when you punch a Fae, you have to punch. You have to use your fist, but when you punch a Fae, you do +1 damage.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
I mean, not
okay,
really,
I
but
will
yeah.
ask.
Yeah,
I will
go on.
ask. How many bullets could I have made for this first prototype?
It's only a first prototype. I'll say
Maybe a full cylinder's worth.
I mean, what's a box of ammo?
Bear in mind that you did say that this was going to be like, this is the process for actually creating them in the first place, and then I
Yeah.
can make some pretty easily beyond that.
yeah. So now you know how to make them. With this first one, I would say you probably only made 4. But in the future, you could definitely make more with the correct materials.
In that case, Viz will probably go into the bathroom because it's probably the most like isolated spot,
Yeah.
dark and everything. Lock the door, and try to put it into like, or at the very least, put those bullets near the core.
Yep.
So they can marinate. And
All
he
right.
said that would take somewhere around like 3 days, I think.
Yeah.
And this can be done after Lucretia's thing, but I will say at some point, maybe around 11, I'd have Sartia knocking on Viz's door.
Okay.
But we can do Lucretia's thing first.
Yeah,
All
do the
right.
Christian thing first.
Yeah, I have a second step to Lucretia's plan.
For those on the stream, Abaya just said Viz is gonna get hit with a flamethrower and fucking shoot itself. I might need to make one of the next enemies use a flamethrower. That'd be
That was
funny.
Fucking.
Well, okay,
funny.
well, it's not as if it's putting the entire bullet
It
in
is.
cartridge in.
Yes,
oh
it
my
is.
god. Okay, so
How
you
else am I
go
gonna
for-
marinate it?
you don't need to marinate the primer.
It's
Sure
all
I do.
needed.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What do you mean it's all needed? All you need is one to actually ignite the gunpowder, and then you just need
Well,
the actual bullet to do the impact.
You actually do need to aetherize the primer and the powder as well. That's why the muzzle flash is blue.
Yep.
Frick. Okay, so we need to keep Viz away from anything too hot. Got it.
Anyhow, all right, Lucretia. You drive around for a little. Let's get a little bit more cheerful music going on now that it's day and y'all ain't fucking threatening each other with crowbars. This seems to happen a lot, chat.
Yeah, it would be really funny if Viz, like, next time we have a tense encounter, Viz pulls out a crowbar. And then I learned this from Lucretia, and they were like, wait, what do you mean you learned it from Lucretia?
That's my fucking crowbar.
How did you get that?
Mine is improved. It is aetherized. Every swing has a chance to have them develop cancer. I have determined that this threat has increased the likelihood of my victims talking.
I mean,
Instead of that,
I've actually been wondering if we could like install like a lightning rod into Viz's center, and use that like static electricity field as like a lightning bolt.
No.
Don't do that.
All you're gonna do is when Sartia is trying to use her abilities when she gets them, it's just gonna zap Viz instead.
You could teach Viz hyper beam.
That's not. It doesn't work like that. Remember, the deflector shields are actually part of like it's like etheric, like waste emissions utilizing like
Yep.
proper
different.
thing.
If we really wanted to use it to do electric attacks, we could just have Lucretia manhandle Viz and use Viz as a blunt weapon.
Good.
True. Either way,
Theoretically, we can install a capacitor, and that'll also build up a charge.
Is that where the hyper part comes in? Sorry, go on. You
Anyway, yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't take you too long to find a garden center. Could you roll me a d4? And on a 4, it'll be a little bit special. Oh my
damn.
god. Okay, that's a
It's
4.
something special.
So, Lucretia, driving around, you do find a garden center that looks to have some potential. The name doesn't really matter. They have a greenhouse sticking off the side, and it looks cozy. They have a lot of plants growing on the inside, and it is packed to the brim with various plants.
Yeah, Lucretia will park up the car and hop out and step inside.
All right. You, on the interior, you see a couple of people working inside. There's a Veskier over in one corner watering some of the plants. There is there's a Scrit having to probably stand on something to use the front desk properly, and there is a Mirrodin who's currently carrying some of the plants. The Scrit waves to you and says hello. Ah, welcome in. Are you looking for a particular sort of plant?
Actually, this is more an unusual thing.
Oh?
And Lucretia will walk up to like the front counter where the Scrit is, pull out the cigarette box and like the bundle of individually wrapped seeds that she kind of like rolled together. She used some like cigarette papers to make little individual packets.
Very
of
nice.
The seeds. And she'll unroll them. I would like to sell these seeds if you don't mind.
Oh, this is unusual. The Scrit kind of leans over them. This Scrit is a little bit of a portly older guy, with very like flowery plants growing along his back. The most of the flowers are in this faint yellow tone, like almost pastel yellow. He takes out a little magnifying loupe and kind of analyzes them in his hand.
And as he's doing that, Lucretia will explain where she obtained them. I recently went on a delve in Ambergris
Okay.
and found an old war greenhouse.
Really?
And she'll actually pull out her phone and like show the pictures that she took of the plants in situ that she got each one, and will like basically point out like this plant or these seeds are from this plant, swipe to the next photo, these seeds from this one.
Really? The Scrit seems very curious about this. Here's a question. Did you take a picture of the seeds like in the fruit or like the flower or whatever?
She would have gotten any picture she thought was necessary. Lucretia doesn't know plants, so it's like, all right, I got them from this fruit. Here's the plant and how it's growing.
Okay, so she took a whole bunch of photos. Good.
Yes.
He kind of looks over them. Oh, this is very interesting. I don't... And the Veskier, who has been listening in this whole time, puts down the watering jug and approaches to kind of pay attention as well. This Veskier stands at probably is one of the taller Veskier, standing at 7 foot with little under 7 foot actually, with like deep blue scales. You say these are from somewhere down below in a superstructure, yes?
Yes, I believe around tier 3.
Really? The Veskier takes these in hand and starts looking over them. I've been looking for some things like these. Did I ever give you an original value to these?
No. But Lucretia will... what she'll do is, as they're kind of like looking over these seeds, she'll actually like look around a little bit and probably see like seed packets sold for like a credit.
Yeah, seeds are super cheap.
Yeah, and she'll like, I'm kind of needing supplies at the moment.
What's
and,
what?
well, not the sort you would carry, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm willing to sell you these seeds for. It's like 5 different plants worth of seeds.
Uh-huh.
Probably about 100 each.
So 500 total is what I'm
500
hearing.
total.
That's a little steep. As the script starts to say that, the Veskier pats him on the shoulder. I'll buy it.
Yeah, that's actually a fucking steal, is what that is.
Yeah. Brent, are you sure? Worth it. For a rare thing like this. I feel sure. The
Veskier trying not to show how, like, after, like, Lucretia's gonna leave and it's like, I can't believe you almost didn't take that. What do you mean? It's like, do you understand how valuable these things are? And then they're going to go from cool, calm, collected Veskier into the near autistic Veskier hyperfixation rant that all Veskier have at least something for.
The Veskier will push them over to the side so that they can put them in a box of their own, taking out a little tin box from underneath the desk, sorting them out into the papers that you gave, and after a few moments, it will actually give you a phone number to send the messages, the photos over to.
And as they're counting out credits, Lucretia will send all the photos.
Perfect, thank you.
Lucretia's fine with this deal because she was never like the deal maker. She was the delivery driver.
Yeah.
So the money went before she was involved. So she's like, I only needed a bit for my next purchase. I'm fine with this. And she was just gathering, like, I mean, 1 credit for a packet of seeds, 100 credits for 5 seeds. That seems like a decent deal.
Yeah. The Veskier finishes counting out the credits. I put in 50 extra. This is a pretty rare find. I appreciate it. Then, after the Veskier hands over the credits, they kind of study your face for a moment. Feel free to roll me a notice check on this Veskier.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Nope.
Okay, you don't see anything out of the
what?
ordinary. Hmm?
I know, it's the war criminal.
Yeah.
Benny that.
All right.
Hey!
Oh, my.
There's something up with this Veskier. They are not a normal Veskier, as far as you can tell. Something about their scales just isn't right. The Veskier puts the box into a pocket on their attire. Where have I seen you from before? You look familiar.
I wouldn't worry about it.
The Veskier kind of leans in. You're on the run from Sungate, aren't you?
Well, now I gotta kill you.
And Lucretia will lean in, like, kind of take him by the shoulder, like, kind of friendly.
Uh-huh.
But she's, like, grabbing his collar tightly, so the script doesn't see.
The Veskier tries to move out of the way to stop you from grabbing them. Roll me, probably just your athletics, because that's what you usually roll. Also, welcome in, Blue Baron. What do they have? I'll roll 1d6. Oh, 6. They managed to dodge out of the way of the grab. Sorry. Didn't want to break your... get too close. I was mostly asking... The Veskier sighs and steps back. Perhaps I shouldn't worry about this. And
Perhaps you shouldn't.
Thank you, either way. And they'll step back over to some of the plants. And as long as you remain in the, as long as you remain inside of the grow house, you would notice that they would occasionally be taking a look over to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Baron,
Lucretia-
this is not a normal time. That's probably why. You can always catch up on the VOD afterward. Listen, thank you.
Yeah. This is my friend Alex. I stream with him.
Oh, excellent.
He's finally caught one of these streams. But yes, Lucretia, every time like she catches the Vestier staring at her, or like taking a glance, she just like subtly glares at him, kind of subconsciously implying, "You tell anyone, I will hurt you." That kind of look on her face. But thankfully, that doesn't last long, because she'll turn to the script and say, "Well, it was a pleasure doing business." And
You too, Matt.
yeah, she'll take her leave.
All right.
Now for her second stop,
All right.
unless anyone has anything to do first.
Nope, we're waiting for you.
Okay. So she'll get back in the car and start driving around. And what she is looking for is actually rather common knowledge for her.
Okay.
She is looking for a kind of older restaurant.
Mm-hmm. I assume you're looking for a mob front.
Exactly. So one of those restaurants that's like been there for like 10 years, 0 customers,
Uh-huh.
but they're always open and they have the best goddamn food you've ever had in your life.
Okay.
And there's always like a group of guys sitting in the back, like playing poker or something.
Uh-huh.
But she's gonna go find one of them.
Mafia friend.
Okay.
Yes.
It's probably gonna be for one of the local gangs because the Davari don't have like that much influence this far out.
No,
But
And she's
you could absolutely
expecting
find
a
one.
local gang.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna have you roll this because you know you're. This is you.
Yes.
You eventually. It takes a little bit of time to find it, but then you spot. You spot a little sandwich shop that does like stuff kind of like Italian grinders or stuff like that. God, now I'm hungry for that. Fuck.
She would intentionally park, like drive past, spot it,
Mhm.
and then park like a block away.
Okay. The shop itself is probably named something like Mama Charitas or something like that. And you can tell that it's been here for a while. The glass front is a little bit dirty. The sign shows some wear and tear. But you come inside, and the tables are these nice red round tables. And there's this rather grungy-looking older chef. I'm gonna say a Mirrodin that she's definitely pretty well built. Almost reminds you of Sertia, funnily enough. Good morning, hon. You looking for some breakfast? She's kind of got that smoker's voice.
Yeah. She'll, like, lean up on the counter where to order and, like, take a look at the back, probably seeing some, like, gang members.
Oh yeah, there's 2 guys in the back who are doing what looks to be what would they be doing?
Probably just cards or something.
Not even cards. It's okay, maybe it is cards, but it's something like this.
Goldfish.
It's this setting's equivalent of Uno.
All right.
They're playing Jenga, except whoever makes the tower fall over has to take a shot. Just like the fact that it's the morning. One of them is currently hammered.
He keeps losing. Anyways,
But-
continue.
Yeah, Lucretia will, like, walk up, lean against the counter. I was hoping for some business as she, like, tilts her head towards the couple in the back.
The 2 guys look over. What sort are you talking about, dearie? the chef says.
The kind that I'm paying in cash with.
Why don't you talk to them?
She'll nod and kind of make her way into, like, the back room.
It's not even a
Looking over
back
the two.
room. It's just there's just like a little shady corner where those two guys were working, and that's kind of where she gestured you to.
Yeah,
The
she'll
two,
walk over.
yeah, the two guys in the back. We'll say one is a. You know what? Fuck it. They're both Namir. They both actually look to be part of the same Namir clan. Both having kind of like reddish carapaces. One has a very dull red and the other one's more vibrant. You could probably tell that the more vibrant one is probably the younger one. They're dressed in simple, like, suit type stuff. They got, like, the dress shirt on. One of them's got suspenders. They've got nice slacks, that sort of thing. One looks up. Can we help you?
I'm here to purchase something that you have. And she, like, holds up her hand and, like, the gun kind of pose. Her back is to the glass, so, like, anyone looking in is just assuming she's talking to them. Even though there's no one in here.
The younger Namir blinks for a moment while the older one kind of jostles the table before the younger one slides over a chair for you. The older one puts down his cards. So, what you buying?
Ideally, a shotgun.
We could probably do that. What sort of caliber
don't
are you
need-
looking?
I mean, a shotgun. So, the equivalent, like the in-world equivalent of like 12 gauge. Because I don't think Lucretia would go for the absolutely insane Russian 4 gauge.
Yeah, that's fair. Something normal.
But she'll something more normal. But more specifically, she'll think for a moment. I assume you know SWAT shotguns. They're basically the military semi-autos.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. And she'll like list out her specs, like it was like the actual stats would be like rate of fire, like half. Let me pull.
I remember
the
you talking
sheet.
about it. You wanted something
Yeah.
with a rate of fire
The
of
in
2.
between rate of
Yeah.
fire of 2, 7 rounds in the 7-round tube.
They
Well, actually, no. Oh,
you're not going to get
thought-
exactly that.
oh.
Oh. What are you commenting on?
I was looking at it. Looking at the sheet. A regular shotgun in this is meant to be a semi-auto shotgun.
Yeah.
It has a rate of fire of 1 and 8 shell tube.
Yeah, were you not looking at the science one?
I am
the
looking at the science one.
Yeah, this well, you weren't before, I guess.
I
Yep.
was.
Oh.
I intrinsically thought like the shotgun was a double barrel.
No. It's sci-fi. Why would it be double
Right.
barrel?
Making it a
double
sci-fi
barrel's cool.
double barrel.
Yeah.
Again,
yeah,
remember
she's
that technically, like for
looking-
example, for my gun, just to match the aesthetic I want, I have a 6-cylinder gun when technically it's supposed to have 12 shots.
Yeah.
All right, but
So
yeah,
you
she's
can
looking
adjust
for a shotgun with basically 1 higher fire rate.
Yeah. It'll be a little bit expensive, but you did get some money in, so the two guys discuss a few things. And the younger one pipes up, I think we recently got a bump stock one in, right? Yeah. Yeah, we could probably do that. Hang out here for like 30 minutes. Get yourself a sandwich on the house. Let me go talk to some folks. The older guy says as he stands up to walk into the back room.
Lucretia will just hang out,
Yeah. The younger...
but not get a sandwich.
Yeah, that's fair. The younger one tries to do some small talk, but he's not very good at it. And afterwards, after about 20 minutes or so, the older Namir comes out. Well, we can probably get you something nice. Let me take a look at the price of the normal shoddy. It's 600.
600 full auto is 900, but she was wanting in between. So
Yeah.
750.
Yeah,
Get
probably.
you something nice, they say vaguely as the pheromones enter Lucretia's snout.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah,
Yeah.
she would have
Yeah,
preference
750 is
before
probably fair.
the guy left that she wants 3 boxes of ammo.
Okay, and the
One
boxes.
of rubber bullets, one of basically buckshot, and a box of slugs.
All right. Their ammo is a little bit more expensive. It'll be 25 a pop, so the grand total would be it would be 750, 825. And I would say that the the slugs are probably a little bit extra, so we'll say 850 total.
Okay.
Yeah, we could do that. And the older guy starts counting out the credits, and after a moment, he'll head into the back room and eventually return back with a box that is looks like it was originally made to carry potatoes. And he says, "Fresh potato delivery." For putting it down on the table with a sly smile as he clacks his mandibles once. You, oh no. You take a peek in, and the shotgun's kind of interesting. It's got like these metal plates on the side. They give it this very sleek look with like a, almost like a sky blue color on it. It looks, it's kind of, it's a little bit on the shorter end, and it because of the pump stock type thing, sorry, the bump action. Yeah, it's got the cocking mechanism on the front.
Yeah.
But you know, it works a little bit
She'll
faster than that.
comment, like, I mean, that's an aftermarket mod, but that works.
Hey, works, it works. And inside of the box, there is the 4 boxes of ammo you asked for. The I know, I love lever action. Lever actions are pretty stylish, Abaya.
That could be her second gun.
Yeah. On the you notice that on the stock, which is kind of a plastic, it's a plasticky looking stock that kind of matches the color of the side panels. It has like a couple of tally marks on it, so it looks like it was used, but it's in good shape. So. One of our old guys used to use it once upon a time. He ain't around anymore.
They got him.
But
She
yeah,
do
she'll
damn
look it
good.
over and like keeping it in the box, like test the action to make sure it's smooth and
Oh, yeah.
works well.
Yeah, the thing's kept in good shape. It's a little bit roughed up on the outside, but like mechanically, works perfectly fine. It's like your car, basically.
Yeah.
Everything look good to you, miss?
Yep. She'll actually, because she's handled enough money, she'll reach into her pocket, pull out exactly what they need from her wallet without taking out her wallet. But just count it out in her pocket and then pull it out. Quickly
Fancy.
count it in front of them. Yeah. She'll count it rather much quicker than these guys have.
Slick moves. I assume you work for one of the other, for some other family, yeah?
Yeah. She'll set the box, set the credits on the table, close the box, pick it up.
Good doing business, miss.
Yes.
And they'll let you leave with the shoddy.
Yes. She'll actually, before she takes her leave, mention, perhaps I could see a deal with the Davari coming in. I'll put in a word.
Would be appreciated.
She'll nod and go out to the car, and then on our way back to the hotel, take a wildly chaotic route. So like she zigzags between a couple blocks, does like 2 full laps of one block to make sure no one's following her, and then finally pull into the hotel.
All right. Also, thank you, Blue Baron. The DM's voice is the kind that I'd hear reading lore while causing people to fall asleep.
New channel
Smooth
idea.
AF.
My name is Yum, where she just summarizes the lore. My name is Yum.
Bedtime stories with the strange bat.
Yeah.
Could be fun if I really had the time for it. Either way.
Yeah.
It's probably around about 11 by the time our dear mob runner returns. And there's a box of potatoes, quote unquote, in the back of the car.
Uh-huh. Oh my god, is it time for Sertia to go talk to Viz?
Probably.
Oh my god, knock, 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 knock.
Wing banana phone.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm munching on chips.
Good job.
You would be.
Heck, if that's supposed to be.
You would
Listen,
be.
I think I'm kind of in the same boat as Brennan Lee Mulligan, talking about how, God, I'm such a snacker. I wish I had another mouth that someone could just shovel salami into.
And you wonder why you've been become a friend with Fat Furs in recent years, SMH.
Seats. Okay. It takes a little bit, but I think Viz will, just go to the door. And I think Serti will hear the door unlock, and Viz very slowly opens the door and just barely peeks out until it sees that you're there, and then just kind of opens the door normally.
This is definitely not how Viz normally would act. It's like, and Sertio will first ask, Viz, is everything all right?
I believe so.
Well, I trust you'll tell me if there's anything you need assistance with then. Regardless, I was wondering if you had time to help me with a special project I'm planning for.
Come inside. Step aside and, gesture with one arm.
And Sertio will come in, and she'll take out her, personal data device from, its protective slot and kind of fiddle with it a bit, trying to bring up a file.
Yep. Close the door behind her. Lock it.
Sertio will kind of go to the end of the room just to be far away from the door. I don't have my sound dampening system set up in here, but it'd be rude to ask you to come over when I'm asking for help. But for the explanation, I have obtained... And one thing you notice is that ever since how certain things have happened, she definitely, talks a little bit more animately, whether she notices it or not. It's, a very subtle thing, but you notice that already, there's a slight shift with how damaged the seal is. Could also be that she's really excited for the plane she has as well. Who knows? Who knows? She sounds relatively normal to other people, though, and she still sounds very muted for Veskier. But, yeah. So, I have these manuals, POs, for the armor I'm currently using. While mine is currently modified, and not everything applies. And she is going to offer out the device that she has to Viz with the files kind of brought to the forefront so that if it wants, it can download the files and, look at the manual kind of itself without needing to use the interface.
I see. Okay. Viz will take it and, we'll download the files.
And you'll see these are basically maintenance instruction manuals. So they aren't exactly blueprints, but nearly as good as, because it tells you all the information about how you're supposed to maintain the suits. Things to remove, things to test, how certain systems should work, some general troubleshooting stuff. As you're kind of downloading and looking through it, Sertia will continue to explain. Eventually, this armor is not going to be very useful to me, and I'd like to continue to make the most of it. And regardless, we can't exactly leave it behind. So, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind helping me make plans for attempting to dissect the most useful systems out of it. I don't know if we'll be able to successfully adapt them to the combat armor I have planned, but I suspect that with your skills and my own experience with power armor, we might be able to manage something. There is also quite a few materials that I'll need in return. One of the things is hopefully getting a commander module that will allow me to assist everyone on the battlefield a bit better. Aside from that,
How will that work?
the command module,
Fizz nods.
it's a modification to my HUD and works with the my communicator or the PD I'm hoping to get with the next armor set. How it simply has a computer running that keeps track of everyone's locations and informs my HUD of the most essential information about them. Usually vitals, positioning, and simply allows me to keep track of everyone a bit better and allows me to give orders and suggestions. It's designed for commanding a very large amount of troops, but it should work just fine with just us four. And
That is very ambitious. I am surprised that something like that exists in this technological field.
it's experimental, admittedly, but we might be able to make something that works well enough for just our small group. The one that they were hoping for was supposed to be long range, and it's not exactly something that they wanted a commander to use in combat. Considering the amount of troops, currently we're up to 20, I believe, is the current actual feasible limit. The commanders would be in their command tents monitoring things themselves while giving orders from the safety. While I can't exactly afford to do that, I think I can manage looking over the details of 3 companions while managing my own. And aside from that, of course, moving over some of the essentials like a heating unit. One of the things is that despite getting fur, when certain things change in the future, the lack of cold resistance will not. So heating and air conditioning systems will be important, as well as perhaps salvaging just anything in general that we can.
Well, I cannot make any promises. However, we can make attempts at it. Your armor is still very damaged from our delve.
Certia nods. And anything that we cannot salvage for my combat armor, if you'd like, I'd be perfectly willing to give to you to use for your own means. I know that you tend to have use for scrap one way or another, and high value pieces of spare tech like this can come in helpful.
I'm just.
Thank you for the offer.
What were you saying, Amy?
I was half imagining, you know how the saying is, their eyes glint with excitement. I was just imagining that, but the eyes actually glow brighter.
Actually, speaking of that, aren't we actually going to be picking up like a package of stuff from Embervale when we get to Mirror Falls?
Embervale's over on the other fuck. Oh, right, yeah! That was being sent over. I forgot about that.
The
What
plasma
package?
emitter, right?
Yep.
Wait, no.
Oh yeah, plasma emitter.
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah, I
Well,
think
no,
I
we
don't
had
think
we had the like the part of the old war rifle.
Well,
we actually have that. I wasn't
The
sure.
Old War rifle was from Ambergris.
Yeah,
What got
that's
sent
something
over, then?
additional we got. Like
Oh.
we also during our salvaging expedition in Embervale bought a whole bunch of scraps and the like that Viz needed.
Yeah,
and
it's
had
for
them
your
package it
project.
up and send it to Mirror Falls.
Okay, yeah, so we were able to pick them up there.
Yep.
And also, basically, I'm sure Viz does like the idea of getting, because despite the damage, it's still high quality equipment. It would have to be to survive everything so far.
Oh, yeah.
It's
So,
some good stuff. Not not as good as what I'm used to, but it's some good stuff.
Yeah, shaking, But yeah, that's all I want to bring up. I wanted to give you the blueprints, and if there's any plans you want to discuss, we have time for that. I can't imagine it'll happen soon. After all, we'll still need the equipment, but I believe that preparation will help.
This will nod. Still just kind of like going through some things. You actually notice, like, you'll notice some of the like the phrasing and the sentences of the manual being kind of like quickly kind of run through on its ear flaps as it's processing the information.
Of course, if you have any information, well, I wasn't exactly very hands-on. I've spent a lot of time studying as well as managing people who were working on these.
Shut the fuck up.
The iPod ears are stuck in lyric mode.
I suppose then yes, we can start making a plan. I'm not entirely sure what else there would be to say or do right now.
Basically, I'm just doing this to kind of give an in-character reason for why we have plans, and also potentially make it easier because we've been planning it, to extract certain parts from the armor to put into the combat armor. Just so everyone knows, Certia is not going to be able to fit in her current armor. Unfortunately, she's been snacking too much, so we gotta downgrade to combat armor or something. I don't know. But the idea is moving, and I brought up the commander thing because it's a very unique module that normally goes in power armor. However, I would want like a weaker version of it just to work for Certia, because that way I don't have to worry about taking any edges, because I'm already putting a lot of like levels into the benefits for everyone else.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so this is mainly just setting up stuff, to explain what happens when we get the armor and why it's going to be super souped up relatively quickly. It's not going to have everything possible, but we'll definitely work on it. But yeah, with that, unless you have anything else, and assuming you're not going to open up about the weird reaction you had.
Nope.
Certia, unfortunately, Certia also isn't one to pry, and well, is concerned. It's as far as she knows, Viz is fine. So Certia is going to, when you're done, take her communicator back, assuming you have the files downloaded, and she's going to head back to her room, and everything is going to, I'd say, probably continue as normal. After all, I think we're going to all meet up, and then we'll follow Abaya to meet with his contact.
Yep. All right. Abaya, while this is all going on, you'll eventually get a text from Myst that says basically, "Hey, I'm at this location for a little while today. If you want to come meet up," and she gives like a time of when she'll be in the area, which basically is from like 11 to like 3-ish.
Very well. Our chauffeur has absconded with the car, so it might be a bit.
How she pulls up.
Never mind, speak of the devil. I was thinking I'd have to rent a bicycle.
Imagining a Abaya on a fucking bicycle.
Mental image.
You get a thumbs up from both of those texts. She actually sends 2 thumbs up with the second. But, okay. So, is the party all ready to move into the actual city of Sparklight?
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right.
think so.
Because this has all been
Filing
kind of on the
file.
outside.
Yes. When Lucretia pulls up, she and like everyone probably files out of the hotel to like get ready to go.
Yeah.
Lucretia would actually pull the shotgun out of the box, load it, stick it in between the seat and like the side pillar on the driver's side.
All right.
Abaya watches her do this and says, I think that there has been a fundamental misunderstanding. We're not meeting Mr. Robber.
Lucretia will just shrug. pocket the boxes of ammo and then just throw away the crate.
In the meanwhile, Sartri's guy just staring at the shotgun. It seems as if she's trying to think of something that you can't tell through the helmet, and then, well, you wouldn't have to worry, Abaya. She'd have to be able to hit Myst in the first place.
I thought that was the point of using a shotgun.
Another moment of silence. It's obvious that she's not used to trying to be funny, but she's attempting smart. It's like basically if she was Viz, or synthetic like Viz, you'd see like the processing logo somewhere as she's like trying to think.
Viz is broadcasting the humor failed sign for her.
Yeah, I imagine that happens when like Lucretia's throwing away the crate.
Yeah, she
walk
doesn't.
up.
Sorry, go. She
Yeah,
doesn't.
she'll walk up to Burke. Would you mind training me how to fire this thing in the future?
I suppose they have the training. The train of thought for trying to be funny immediately tossed away. With the bear. Apparently, the seal also is sealing away her snark. And because it's still sealed, she immediately tosses away that train of thought.
Hmm.
God, just imagine she eventually like heals enough emotionally to be snarky. Like,
God, that's
proper.
gonna be funny.
I mean, it's fairly easy to learn. The
I mean,
bang
not for-
hand goes towards the other people.
Well, I know that.
Well, there's efficient care of a weapon. Lucretia doesn't seem to be one to use them, so learning to maintain it for optimal accuracy is important, as well as knowing
Yes.
how to clear a jam in the middle of combat.
She
Not
does
me.
like using things simply to threaten.
And that goes right over Sertia's head because she's used to Viz saying things that, seem vaguely ominous.
Yeah. But Lucretia will like looks at everyone. Alright, where to?
It'd be a downtown area of Sparklight. So, I can finally describe the town itself, because most of what was going on here was on the outskirts. Sparklight is a rather interesting town because it is arranged on and inside a canyon, with much of it being built vertically rather than horizontally. And it is lit by many bridges, wires, ropes that stretch between the walls, and they are lit by a special type of lamps created locally. The Sparklight itself is quite a fishing city more than anything else. And whenever you start to get a good view of the canyon, you can see all sorts of things set up to catch fish down in the water below. Sparklight itself is populated. There's buildings set upon buildings, and everything is nice and warm and welcoming. The roads themselves kind of get a little bit tight, and eventually I guess this music is so quiet until it just turns up to be very loud.
I know. Sorry.
No. Lost my train of thought, damn it. When it comes to the actual main body of Sparklight, the roads aren't made for cars. You in fact find several various parking lots along the edge, near the edge of the canyon, where you can park and basically walk on foot. They do offer rent bicycles that you can rent, though. Also scooters.
One look at the bikes, and it's just going to heavily recommend we do not attempt to ride the bikes or scooters. They are not rated for power armor.
No, absolutely not. Abaya runs a Segway.
Uh,
I don't think there's any Segways here, I'm afraid.
No, only the segueing to the next description.
True.
fuck you.
Abaya, Myst gave you a direction towards one of the more populated shopping areas that's most notable for having a variety of having a variety of more occult-leaning cellars, as well as nearby being a lot of like farmers markets type things, where farmers from various other areas and farms outside of Sparklight can actually sell their goods. And so you start heading down.
Myst is hanging out in the Hot Topic by the local farmers market.
You start heading down and following along these various walkways and paths. And Sparklight has been built on top of itself again and again and again so much that you end up having to take some very strange paths. Like one route is this wooden walkway that is only about wide enough for about basically, Sertia, you are about as wide as it can get. And there's even little like street lights that say, hang on a minute, other people from the other side are coming up. Giving people enough time to go back and forth. Another walkway actually goes through a building. Looks like it might have been once a house that was split into several smaller storefronts. And eventually you get to a little plaza type area. There is this round tiled platform that sticks out from the canyon, with a variety of storefronts along one side. It also acts as a nexus for several of the bridges that reach across. Off in the distance, across the canyon, you can see several pillars of stone that stand out from the water itself. And on those pillars are more buildings, where these roads seem to stretch out to those said buildings. There's a lot of people around here. After all, Sparklight's one of the larger towns. And you'll spend a little while kind of trying to figure out where the fuck she is. Until Abaya, you hear your name yelled out. Abaya, hey! And you, I need you to roll me a strength check to see if you don't get knocked over from the running hug that Myst gives you.
I exploded, still only got a 4.
Wow. I mean, that's strong enough. Here, I will show off Myst token while I am describing this. It's gonna be fucking huge. I should have just put the fucking token on the map. Jesus. Ah! I work in resolutions too big for Roll20. So this is Myst. A Mirrodin of kind of a lanky build and quite and also an Aether Witch. She wears this dark, dull purple attire with a nice coat, a wide-brimmed hat, and there is talismans all over of various iffy amounts of magical power. You know that some of them definitely are, but Myst is also the sort to continue wearing ones that have stopped working because she likes the look. And in one hand, she has several paper bags of stuff that she's shopped. She just comes out of nowhere and fucking hugs you, with just this very aggressive hug.
Yeah, Abaya was only like half paying attention, and to just be ambushed like that, you can hear him give a like oof whenever she slams into him.
Hey, it's good to see you.
You have to work on that Mirrodin habit of charging.
Sorry. She smiles and steps back. She's decently tall, standing maybe like 6'4", 6'5", and on around her shoulder is her familiar. It at a first glance looks like a snake, but not quite. It is a snake formed out of this mass of what appears to be this dull red coral. The head itself is the only thing shaped vaguely like a snake's head, with two glowing eyes on it watching as everything goes on. Dangling off of one of the bits of coral is a small metal tag that says Puddle. It's good to see you again either way. I heard from Inks that you were coming this way because you were returning to Miro. Is everything all right?
Yes and no. Did she provide... Actually, I don't like I actually explained the situation to Inks. Never mind.
All they said was that you were going to be visiting in the way, and that we'd probably be heading back to Miro together.
It's not necessarily a visit. I am going to need your and Clint's help.
All right.
A friend of mine, in fact, this friend, he says, gesturing to Sertia.
Oh, Sertia nods.
She looks around. She looks around Abaya and it gives a little wave. Good.
It's work. Oh my god.
Good afternoon. She says with a smile. Her mouth is. She's got some very sharp teeth. It's a little bit menacing with her fur that has definitely been probably tinted by just aether exposure. She has kind of that that aether blue-green color to her fur. It might be natural, might not. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, Sertia will just give a nod back.
So,
She made a deal with the Fae some 40 years back, which sealed her passive aether generation because it was causing problems, in exchange for a muting of her emotional states. The problem is, while it was sealed, it did not stop. So now she is rather like a bottle of champagne that has been shaken up for the past year and a half.
Oh. Aether generation, you say? Huh. She kind of like, she steps around Abaya and starts kind of taking in Sertia, walking around her. She has this very, energetic pace to her. Her hooves clopping on the
quick
tiles.
question, actually. How many people are just around and
Quite a
looking
few.
at our group?
They wouldn't be paying attention, but there is quite a few.
Do you
just kind
think
of
that she
walking
can probably get away with taking off her helmet for just a bit without anyone making a big deal of it?
Yeah, probably.
So just to kind of help with that, Sertia will kind of take off her helmet.
Oh.
And the very faintly glowing red of her own aether tinted eyes shine through.
She obviously doesn't have quite the normal grasp on personal space. And she kind of leans in and holds her head steady to take a closer look at your eyes. Huh. That's unusual. Aether that presents itself as red. So you say that she leans back for a moment, and Puddle, while Puddle was also leaning forward to take a look, and thus Puddle almost falls off, but she kind of grabs Puddle, putting them back on her shoulder. So you say that you have passive aether generation. That's unusual. What's going on there? Is there a different Fey blessing that you got? Usually passive Fey generation is a rare thing in Skrit, not Vescira of your size. She says, trying to find a good word for it.
Abaya, knowing that Sertia finds it very difficult to lie or really deceive in any way, promptly steps in and says,
Yeah, you would have seen Sertia as she was asking kind of look for you, and a look that as you traveled, you might be able to interpret as, help me here.
it is a unique genetic trait that has been imparted in her thanks to some genetic experimentation in her youth.
Really? Huh. Well, I'm going to want to know more. Later, we're a little bit in the middle of a busy square. Yes, hello there. She says as somebody is, staring at her. They quickly turn away and start moving a little bit quicker. It's aether witches are pretty fucking rare, but you can usually spot them. So
The reason that I bring it up as well is to warn you. The reason that she is seeking the removal of this seal is because it has begun to crack. And as her emotions get higher, so too does the pressure.
I see. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have your name. My name is Vis. It is Myst. You?
Myst.
I almost said Vist.
Myst. My name is Sertia.
Sertia, good to meet you. She holds out a hand for a handshake.
Sertia will take it and shake.
And
I don't know if she'll be able to notice, but there is definitely, if depending on how sensitive Myst is, when Sertia takes off the helmet and this unseals the armor, there's a definite difference in the passive aether she gives off.
yeah, she definitely notices this and looks at her hand for a moment after you shake before shaking her head. And Puddle kind of looks up to her, so she'll say, "Yes, I know, Puddle. This is not something we should discuss in public."
And Sertia, Sertia will also put the helmet back on, which kind of reseals the armor.
Interesting. And wait, hang on. Abaya, you made other friends? Really? I'm proud of you.
More like they were forced upon me.
Hey, sometimes that's the best way you make friends. And you two are? She says, approaching Viz and Lucretia. No
Well,
response?
I was muted.
Oh.
Viz will just Viz. Well, Lucretia will just nod and introduce herself. I'm Lucretia.
Good to meet you.
I am known as Viz.
Viz. Good to meet you as well. She holds out a hand to handshake with both of you as well.
Lucretia would give her actually a pretty strong handshake.
Oh. And does Viz?
Viz kind of hesitates here, considering, this is an Aether Witch, and considering what everyone else now knows about, Viz's Aether generation as,
Don't worry, I don't bite. Unless you're into that.
Viz kind of cocks its head slightly, and then takes the hand. Kind of like a static shock, and then,
Some of her hair stands on end after this, and Puddle, kind of like twists around for a moment in surprise. Oh, you're very interesting. You're
Viz retracts the hand pretty immediately. Going back to hands behind back position.
You're a rampant one, aren't you? Don't worry, I'm not going to tell anybody.
What did she say?
You're a rampant one, aren't you?
I see. Okay.
Yeah, she kind of leans in and whispers.
No, rampancy, not icy.
Yeah, rampant.
Yes, I heard that.
Oh.
I was making
Yes.
a joke because Raya said icy. I was
Yeah,
making a joke about it.
Because, apparently Bo's sense of humor also goes to that of Sertia's now. Great. She's in character. Viz will sort of slowly nod once.
Ooh, I love it when I get to encounter folks like you. She says with the clap and everything. Have you guys eaten? There's a really nice cafe just down the way.
We had a very late continental breakfast at the hotel.
Oh, well, fair enough. Listen, if you want to... I've got a few errands to run, but I figured we could at least chat there. There's a few side booths that are pretty quiet.
You have errands to run. What is it that you're acquiring here in Sparklight of all places?
She holds up the bags. Oh, when it comes to enchanting various items, you need all sorts of various materials. A lot of these things I can't pick up in Miro. I've got a few deals with some of the local farmers to grow some special herbs that I can't quite get to work down in Miro. It's, due to the latent aether of the place. And also a few other various things from the local salvagers. As it turns out, while Sparklight isn't exactly built on a superstructure, they've got a couple of local salvagers and delvers and the like who come through here, and they end up being She stumbles over her words for a moment, realizing that she's doing this. They bring the good stuff. Good base material, you know? And also, I find that it's a pretty good spot to sell some of my own wares. Notably the solid aether, as it were. She says with a very aggressive wink.
With your specialty in aether, in particular the solidification and harnessing of it, I was wondering, are you able to tune aether sensors to only specific kinds of aether, specific sources?
I can. It needs to be very specific, though. Everybody has a unique signature to their aether, she says, and she gestures for you guys to start following her as she starts walking somewhere.
In that case, I have a request.
Oh, go on.
When we are unsealing Sertia, could you crystallize some of the aether that is being drawn off of her, and then tune a sensor to it?
Easier said than done. Your aether, Sertia, she says, kind of spinning around for a moment with a clop clop, is unique. I don't know what to make of it. I haven't really seen very much akin to it. She spins around again. But I can most certainly try. You've certainly brought me quite an interesting case, haven't you, Abaya? But then again, I wouldn't want it any other way. I can certainly...
I do my best to satisfy your curiosity, my dear.
Oh, I am so glad you do. She says, and you see her, as she's walking, you notice her short little tail that all Mirrodin have is wagging a fucking mile a minute. She's loving this. Okay, so we need to do a little bit of scanning of yours, figure out the exact blueprint, exact markers. What would it cause it to make it go red like that? Anyways. Oh, here we are. She pulls you guys into the local cafe, despite the fact that you said that you already ate. She has led you to this cafe anyways. Listen,
I mean, cafes have drinks, so
yeah,
even
exactly.
if we eat, you can always get something.
Get yourself a drink at least. Humor me. It's been a while since I've been able to catch up with a buyer, and if somebody's hanging out with a buyer, I'd love to get to know them, you know?
Oh, I have a perfect idea. So when we do order, Sertia orders a large thing of just pure black coffee.
Oh no.
I'm so excited.
So for reference, she's used to ordering this. She, as you can imagine, she orders black coffee because it's strong and bitter, but still, it's something she can taste.
Also, I have an actual audio that is specifically called Lively Cafe. So we'll put that one on because it's got a decently big area, but off to one side you do see that there's these little like partially enclosed booths that are they're kind of like the round shaped ones with a table in the middle.
The good ones.
Yeah, the good ones. And you see that this cafe also has a few bookshelves, and it's obviously meant for people to hang out and get comfortable while reading a book or something like that. She'll approach the register, and she gives an order of two different sandwiches, a side of something. It sounds like basically fish sticks, and 2 large drinks. Despite that, despite her like rather slim build, she seems to eat a lot. And she'll slide over some credits.
Do kind of use a lot of calories to cast things.
Indeed.
That's why Sertia eats so much.
Okay, all right.
You don't cast shit.
Yeah, that's a side effect that some witches end up having to deal with. They burn a lot of fucking calories from just everything that they do.
Sertia.
My
Shut
God.
up! You are not burning those calories, bitch. Come on now.
But eventually, she'll gesture for you guys to come over to the booth, and she kind of hops in. And when she does hop in, Puddle comes down onto the table, sitting in a little bit of a coiled up position, watching everybody come in. So, why don't you tell me everything that's led up to this? You seem quite interesting, Miss Sertia.
I suppose it's best for Abaya to explain.
Well,
And making sure that she's next to Viz, she does take off her helmet because basically, just due to the passive ether she's giving off, it's not too dangerous unless you spend like a bunch of time like really close to her without the stuff. But Viz is fine with it, so Sartre can actually take the helmet off as she waits for the drink she ordered.
And as you all are chatting and getting into position, what Myst ends up doing is she kind of she takes off her hat, having to slide it over the horns. If you want to roll a notice on something on Myst, now's a good chance to do it.
Oh.
Abaya, you would also know this one, so you don't even need to roll it. This. And Viz? Okay, so everybody notices that. Hidden partially in the fur around her neck, there is a large scar. She damn near looks like she was halfway decapitated at one point. She pays no attention to it, and after sliding her hat off, she puts it on the table, and upside down, mind, where Puddle ends up curling up inside of it. So, tell me everything that I need to know.
Well, before I begin story time, how up to date are you on the local news? In particular, everything that is happening in Crucible Bay.
I try to keep an eye on things, considering I knew that you were there. But I haven't had much recently. Why? What's going on?
Are you at the very least aware of the attack that happened in Crucible Bay?
Oh, yes, that. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yes, well, it was us that was attacked.
Her eyes go wide. And then she kind of chuckles quietly under her breath. Oh, of course you were. No, that's just typical, isn't it?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Don't give me that.
Listen, you spent several years being trained by a bunch of witches. We are magnets for the strange. You remember that time that we had all sorts of weird things knocking at our door? You remember that one time we watched an old war automaton just walk out of the fucking woods? And try to start acting like Glint was some soldier that it was supposed to be helping? You remember all that?
That kind of gives you a for hearing this. Like, this is very interesting. Damn, I wish I would have been told about this sooner. Staring
Look,
at
I know that we tend to attract trouble, but this is the first time I have been attracting an airstrike to myself. That seems like a little extreme, don't you think?
No, you're right. Yes, that is a little extreme. Goodness. How did you manage to do that in the midst of trying to hunt down the carrier?
Abaya slowly shrugs. Flower allergy?
Yeah, no, that checks. She says with a little bit of a laugh. No, I assume that you were probably just caught in the middle, right?
Technically, I was caught in the front.
Ah, probably the best part to be caught.
Either way, the fallout from that and the riots has driven our little group together. Yes, Sungate, the local headquarters there, took in the old war machine that launched that attack and has been researching it. Naturally, the public did not take this very well.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been protests about Sungate's actions breaking out all over Crucible Bay. Admittedly, we have fanned the flames a little ourselves.
I would only hope as much, she says with a toothy smile.
Abaya pauses just long enough to like reach across the table and poke her like in the dead center of her forehead.
She actually no, she doesn't even make that noise. She lets a little like just a half bleat.
You are letting your anarchist ways get ahead of you there.
Perhaps. But you know how us witches are very much rebels in many sorts.
I believe that is an understatement. Regardless, in our attempts to find out what Sungate has been doing, we have gradually been opening up bit by bit together.
Uh-huh.
One of the little things that we learned is Searcha's origin, the genetic experimentation that her family has done upon her, and the subsequent trouble with the Aether generation that has resulted.
I see.
I also have
Oh, go on.
uncovered a local cult dedicated to the carrier.
Oh.
You know, I went to Crucible Bay to fight the Crucible fever.
Of course.
Well, that was a man-made disease. A carrier-made disease.
I don't like that one bit. She thinks for a moment. And you
In
remember...
the meanwhile, actually,
Oh, go on.
Certe's going to see that and remember, and is like, well, now's a good a time as ever to bring this up. And she's going to pull up an old map of southern Ostia, and while they're talking, she's going to circle 6 locations on the map. General locations.
Yeah, as you're doing this, Abaya, you remember that Myst has had a bit of a history with cults. Because after all, Miro has quite a handful. The damn place is practically a breeding ground for them. But it's not always like they're not always the worst. Sometimes they just end up being a niche religious sect rather than a full-blown cult. Like the most.
It does tend to happen in areas of high faith concentration.
Exactly. So, and you do remember her telling stories of having busted a few cults. She's helped the local authorities take down 2. So she has had a bit of a history with them. Cults. Do you know how widespread these guys are? Is it just Crucible Bay?
Well, when I encountered them, there were only 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be a lot larger.
Oh boy.
They have taken over a sizable tower and apparently have been spreading their influence in a kind of exponential pyramid. Starting from those that were directly infected by the carrier, and then expanding outwards in a kind of feudal system.
I see. That's... No, I don't like that.
If you wouldn't mind me speaking up.
Oh, go on.
And she'll turn to Abaya and pass over the data pad. This information may be of use to you.
You pass the data pad over to Myst?
Not
to Myst, to Abaya.
Oh, okay.
The one
Abaya's not hiding it. He just kind of lays it on the table in front of him.
Yeah,
well,
Myst...
yeah, you know, because she knows, but she wants Abaya to like have hold of it.
Are you like sitting next to Myst by any chance, Abaya?
He'd probably be directly across from Myst.
Okay, so probably put him in between the 2 of them then.
Okay, because otherwise Myst would have leaned like right against you to take a look at the tablet.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's not sitting next to her.
Yeah. But she'll slide over to take a look at the tablet. So, what are we looking at?
6 possible locations of old war spaceports. Or space elevators, apparently.
Space elevators? Last time I heard of something like that was the last time I read a sci-fi book.
Interestingly enough, one of these vertical towers seems to have a forest growing on the side.
Really? Huh. Well, this is a lot more impressive than the cult of the Azure Rat, she says with a chuckle. Abaya, you remember that as being a strange cult that was worshipping a overgrown, mutated rat that had blue fur in the sewers of Miro Falls. They had been killing people because they said that the rat wanted them to do it.
Abaya nods.
Myst took care of that cult herself because it was only like 6 people, but they had killed at least 3 for their stupid little mutated rat. She keeps the rat as a pet in her shop now.
The ongoing war between the cult of the rat and the cult of the turtle was a nasty one.
Oh, God, them.
God.
That was always
Regards-
something. Sorry, go on. We're just reminiscing.
I got this information last night from my benefactor. You know who that is, Abaya. And these are possible locations of where this vertical forest might be, which is where the carrier supposedly is holed up, or at least the most important followers tend to bring people.
I don't know that the carrier is there themselves. At the very least, I know that a fragment of the cult is, but the actual extent of the carrier's presence is unknown.
So,
The carrier tends to be a bit of a wanderer.
exactly. Yeah, for all we know, the carrier likes to travel around and move quite a bit. After all, its main shape that it seems to take is that of a plane, though it can take others, she says with a little bit of a sad expression pointed to Abaya. However...
You can't see the bitter smile that Abaya has, but you can definitely kind of feel it from him.
Yeah, Myst definitely feels that. However, I would imagine that if this cult is properly worshipping the carrier, I would imagine that the carrier would return rather often. Unless it's become disconnected, then that's something entirely different. But who knows? However, we aren't dealing with a bunch of madmen worshipping a mutant rat or an overgrown turtle. I still wish I'd been managed to capture that one. We're dealing with something a little bit more impressive here. Primordial Fae. Oh, we're going to need to gather some folks for that.
While this cult worships the carrier, I'm not so sure that the same holds true in reverse.
Really?
I don't think that the carrier cares at all.
From what I've heard, I suspect that the carrier merely desires to spread its influence one way or another, and this cult system is merely an effective way of doing so.
It's possible. You know, that reminds me of something. Then a number is called out, and she says, "Oh, that's my food." And she'll hop up for a moment to go collect her food. And if you want to exchange any words while she has stepped away for a moment, now's the time.
I do have to thank you for this information, though, Sartia. That will actually narrow things down considerably. I have a contact of my own, currently looking for the vertical forest. Narrowing down the potential locations will speed that up immensely.
Of course. I may not have as much of a personal connection, but I assure you that I am just as dedicated to taking down this Fae before it can do any more harm if possible. We cannot prevent it, but we can at least get rid of it eventually.
Very true. Which is why I'm working to build up a bit of a force modifier in that regard. We'll see.
I've been. She kind of checks to see if Myst is busy before bringing it up. I've talked to my father, and while it requires some experimentation on my own and some, testing, it is possible for me to build up enough of a charge to become immune to the carrier's disease and influence. But as you can imagine, that comes at a cost.
Myst is coming back at this point.
Abaya just nods.
And At that point, I imagine Sartia's number is probably called.
Oh.
And Sartia will go up and go get her.
Yeah,
thing of
100%.
black coffee.
This is when your drinks end up getting called. Also, Wickedest, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
So Sartia goes, grabs her drink. Anything that gets talked about while she's gone?
Probably not really. She sits down and kind of pets Puddle. It turns out the fish sticks were actually for Puddle. She slides them over
Actually-
and Puddle starts munching on them.
There is something that would be discussed while
Oh.
Sertia's gone.
Oh.
As Abaya looks across and he says, "So how is Glint doing?"
He's doing all right. He's been recovering slowly, and he's been trying to get a local militia going. So far, so good.
I see. Has he stabilized at all? Or is he still unpredictable?
He's stabilized some. I can't say fully, but some. He's definitely getting better, though. He realizes that he's got an issue, and he's working to fix it.
Abaya stares at Myst and then he looks down and he says, "The reason that I want you to tune to Sertia's mana, her aether, it might help us find the Houndmaster."
Really? Well, that would be quite something. Glint would
The
absolutely
genetic
hear that.
experimentation upon her was with the Warhound genome.
I see. Poor girl.
If the aether that she exudes is in any way similar to those that the wild warhounds exude, what you could create for us is essentially a warhound detector.
You know, I think that could work. Okay. Okay, I've already got an idea how to do this. Though, if Glint learns that your friend has been afflicted by that, he's not going to like it. Okay.
I'm aware.
Hey, when we get some of that aether out, I'm going to say that you brought me a sample of warhound meat. Probably, I don't know, chunk of it. You know how they regenerate. I'll say I was able to get the aether from that. All right? Because we're going to need Glint's skill to build this
Abaya
tracker.
shakes his head. He says, "After the ritual is done, you won't need to come up with an excuse."
Oh? If you say so. It's going to be interesting. Welcome back.
And Sartia sits back down with a decently large thing of black coffee. She nods, and she just kind of, takes a sip of it. And then...
As you're taking a sip, Myst pipes up. So who's this father you guys were talking about?
She freezes before she takes a sip.
Sorry, Puddle told me.
The geneticist that was working on Sertia.
Ah,
I did mention it was her family, yes.
I believe so. Oh, holy shit! Fuck, Blue Baron. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Thanks
Oh
for
my
giving
goodness
this up to
gracious.
Yumi. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness gracious.
goodness.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
10.
10.
10. Holy
That is-
Oh my goodness.
shit.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think you
gracious.
just provided a sub to literally everybody that's watching the stream.
Wow,
Very
thank you
much.
very much. Oh my god.
Except for me! This is bullshit.
Thank you. I appreciate you very much.
But yeah, thank you for donating. We appreciate it.
Oh my god, yay.
Holy
Thank
But
you.
shit.
yeah, in the meanwhile, Sertia is just going to slowly take a sip, and then everyone who knows Sertia, I'd like them to roll a notice check. if they're paying attention to Sertia.
Everyone. Yeah,
Or-
definitely. Fuck! I'm gonna use my Benny.
Scroll says, I wasn't watching the stream because I'm at work and I got a sub. Confused screeching confirmed.
Okay, let's see. Everyone notices that Sertia, although subtle, her face kind of scrunches a bit as if she wasn't expecting the coffee to taste this way. She puts it down and she frowns very lightly at the coffee cup. She's currently in thought, more so about the coffee suddenly.
What? Did they not make it to your taste?
I ordered it black, but it doesn't taste right.
Could I
Alright.
have a try?
She offers it over.
And she'll suddenly pull out a metal straw from basically nowhere, sliding
gross.
it in to take a sip. Tastes like black coffee to me.
Sertia continues frowning at the cup.
Wait, you said that seal of yours, it affects emotions, yes?
Emotions and senses. Mainly the senses of smell, taste, touch,
There you
and
go.
a little bit of color vision.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
So literally every
God
scent.
damn it, Alex.
Oh my god, another 3. Thank you.
And
It's still
Miss
not
Bo.
Bo.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm gonna have to figure out something to do with the
Literally?
subscribers. Holy hell!
There is 14 watchers. 13 subs were given out. Bo is the only miss.
That is
Fucking
hilarious.
Oh
hell!
my god.
Fucking
I'm so
hell! That's so fucking funny.
You gotta sub yourself. Fuck you.
Oh no! Oh no!
Just imagine it freaking skips me.
If you really want to donate to me, I have a Ko-fi, but holy shit!
Oh, cookie.
You can also gift a sub directly. So.
Yeah, you could just gift sub directly.
It's also kind of funny though to gamble.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I'm actively watching. So the thing is,
but
not only
it
that,
is
it's
hilarious.
skipping to give a sub to people who aren't watching.
Yep.
Oh no! Apparently, Mega Man was also missed.
Okay. Still though. Okay. Also, Mega Man, frick you. I don't know what you're talking about. Shut up.
Yeah, holy shit. You know what? Baron, if you get ideas for what I should do to give subscribers at least something, feel free to give me a poke.
I mean, one of the biggest things is that if you put on advertisements, it skips them. I don't know if you have them.
That I
just know
don't.
sometimes-
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
I don't really worry about that.
I mean, if you really want
Have
to,
ads.
just at the start or at the end of stream, you can say, "Hey, thank you to these subscribers," and then just read out the names.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay,
I can definitely do
Thank you
that.
for the direct subscription.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Like
Holy shit.
$75
That's
worth of
wow.
worth of stuff. That's insane.
Oh,
It's
Wow.
gonna help you a lot.
Oh, there's one to Mega Man as well.
Appreciate it. Hey, we should get back on track. As well.
my God.
Yes. My goodness. Hey,
we were just talking about the
I-
ceiling something.
appreciate it. This is definitely the weirdest way I've gotten donations, but I appreciate it. Roger that. Okay.
Nah, she already does enough art. Undead.
Yeah, no, I do way too much. Either way, yes. Where the fuck were we?
So we were talking about the fact that Sertia was being confused why her coffee tastes bad.
Well, considering that your seal seems to be breaking, that means that, well, you're probably getting more of a sensation. Did you not notice that you were, drinking probably what is the most bitter drink known to man?
The more important thing was that I could taste it.
Well, now you can taste other things. Yeah.
She nods.
She kind of she digs around in one of her jacket pockets and pulls out. She's like, oh, no, god damn it! She puts out her first bottle of hot sauce, a different bottle of sauce, another bottle of sauce, a little portable pepper shaker. There's the sugar. She pulls out a couple of sugar packets. I
Where
like to
do
flavor
you
my
keep
foods.
all of these things? How many
I
pockets
was,
do
I
you
was just
have
thinking,
in
I was just thinking, like, how desperate has Sertia been for flavor in the past that makes her like, would she be likely enough to actually attempt to add the hot sauce and not think it's weird? She probably tried adding the hot sauce right midway in her career and then stopped after people, like, she got to some concern, like, hey, people are concerned about your mental health. Please stop adding hot sauce to your coffee.
This is how the rumors that she was a Namir queen got started.
Oh, 100%.
It comes back.
It comes
Yes.
back. The Myst ends up putting some of the hot sauce onto her food.
And then she tried to add it directly to the pot, and it started the fire.
Oh my god.
She'll offer you several packets of sugar. Just pour the sugar in; it'll help.
Sertia will open up all the packets offered and pour them in,
It helps.
and then swirl it around. She knows. It's obvious that she's realizing that she doesn't really like the taste of something bitter. But it's also interesting because it's like, to her, it's a novel experience because she's forgotten what bitter really tastes like.
Fair enough. And eventually, once she's done putting hot sauce on her food, she individually takes all the little food garnishing bits and slots them back into her pocket. And also, the answer to your pocket question: yes. In truth, I've actually enchanted some of them. Either way, that would probably explain things. Tell me, what sort of fae put it on you?
She puts down her coffee after taking a much better sip. The Alloyed King.
Really? Allied King? She flips through. She kind of like thinks for a moment, tapping her fingers on the table. Let me roll something quickly. Because I've actually got a sheet for. Is that another jumping spider? Hang on. It is.
Oh my god.
I get a surprising amount of jumping spiders in this apartment. There's two that live in my bathroom, and now there's one on the window just past my computer.
They know you're a friend. Everyone knows that bats and spiders get together.
Hi, friend. Usually
Friend.
bats eat spiders, but you know.
You're a special bat. Frick you.
It's true. We're all cold.
Listen, that's the only way we can avoid. It's like, God, I'm just imagining. Just hey, you. So I've been really into the whole Spider-Verse stuff. So here's my Sona and the Spider-Man. Hey, why are you drooling?
Fucking hell.
Putting the picture away slowly.
She ends up. Myst ends up looking at Puddle for a moment, nodding. Really? Huh. So, Alloyed King, he's height chest? What?
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
Okay. He's one of the primordials. He's been around for a while, and is definitely one of the friendlier ones. Turns out there's a couple of witches that actually help him with various jobs. One of them, funnily enough, is down over in Crucible Bay. Jade Guide, have you heard of her?
Oh my god.
Sertia nods.
Abaya's hand clenches on the table.
I know
you
that
have.
I just know that she's been in contact with the Alloyed King at least once before. She didn't say so much to me, but let's just say we have some mutual knowledge.
Well, they usually. Suffice to say, the Jade Guide and a few others do it because they get good deals. Basically, they get a little bit of work done. They get something nice in return. That's never really been an issue. Problem is, the Alloyed King's gone missing. Last I heard, he disappeared about 4, 5 or so years ago. So I have no idea what the Jade Guide's been up to in that meantime.
That gets Sertia like brow to fur just a little bit. How does the primordial go missing?
Another primordial? From what I've been able to gather, the various primordials, they're they're old. They have squabbles and various other disputes and issues that basically us normal mortals don't really understand. Even us witches only understand them to half the degree. Well, I would imagine that some other primordial probably turned against the Alloyed King for whatever reason.
While hearing this information, this gets Sertia, kind of tapping her finger on the table as she listens. Which doesn't seem like much, but again, the other party might know what that means.
Could be anybody, really. That's a little concerning, considering that the Alloyed King is, one of the more benevolent ones. Huh. He never really made any Fablest, though. That's the thing. He would go around, give deals and blessings and the like to folks if they were really in need. Basically, if you had any sort of magical potential in you and you were in a really, really bad state, there's a half-decent chance that the Alloyed King would appear to you at some point and try to offer you some way to assist. Probably why you had the seal.
The Alloyed King did warn me against it, however, and did tell me that it would only last 20 years at best.
And how long ago was this?
40 years ago.
She has this sharp intake of breath between bites of this dense-looking pasta dish. I see. Yeah,
I
that...
literally led in with that information. Why are you...
Oh, you didn't mention the time period.
Yes, I did.
You did?
I said,
I think that
40
I think that she
years
kind of
ago,
forgot because she didn't.
Got her with the face.
Yeah, I think that it's more so just hearing, like being told that, but it's just such a minor detail of, all right, it's a long ago seal, and then asking again.
Yeah.
Because I think it's very much the shock of like, wait, hang on a second. Right, you said 40, but you said it would only last 20. Hang on.
Yep. It's
Which
more
basically, Sertia is just admitting that she took a failed deal from Primordial and doubled the length of time the Primordial said it would go for.
First off, she kind of holds her hands together in that kind of like the little bit of a concerned pose. Impressive. Secondly, that is really concerning. Things like that have a lifetime for a reason. It's for safety. It's for safety, obviously. You know how Aether works. How it can create things and make things grow, and they grow wildly. It affects everything that has Aether in it. That's why everything's so overgrown with plants. It's why us witches have to deal with all sorts of things happening around us. Goodness knows it's impossible to keep a houseplant. And one of my books grew another page yesterday. But, it can also affect things such as blessings. Even a primordial can only hold the Aether going for so long that the Aether inside of a thing such as a seal can eventually start to lose its original purpose. The 20-year mark was probably given because that was the estimation of when that seal would start to, well, a term that our dear synthetic friend would recognize, go rampant. But here, it seems to still be working. That's impressive, to say the least. Although, have you been suffering from any other effects that you couldn't credit towards the seal? Anywhere in the point between the last 15 years or so?
I suppose Sertia will try to look back, but I don't think there's been anything aside from the seal cracking. But that was recent.
You're
so
right.
Sertia will just say, the only thing that's happened is that I suppose I've lost a little bit of my resolve to maintain the seal. But it's worked the same as the day I got it. I've learned to live with it, and I suppose in a way it's probably been self-sustained for so long by my own Aether building inside of me, as well as, well, my determination to uphold it, I suppose.
Of course.
I've had many reasons to make sure the seal doesn't break. It's only recently when she kind of stops for a bit and is a little thoughtful. Certain events happened that shook my resolve, I suppose.
Could I try something? I need one of your... I need your hands exposed for this.
Sartia will nod, trusting the Aether Witch, since she doesn't have nearly as much experience with Aether as much as just being fond of the stuff. So she'll take off her gauntlets and set them next to her helmet and show them.
And Myst will hold her hands out and basically be like, hey, put your hand in mine.
This is also where Myst would get her first view of the Aetheric Eye.
And she stops for a moment, noticing that.
Wait, Aetheric Eye?
Remember the mark on the hand?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot because she covers
started
it up
this
so
campaign.
often.
Yeah.
She just like, oh yeah, sure, here you go.
Well, to be fair, we basically told her everything already.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's no normal tattoo. I know there's a few Fae tattooists that make these sort of things. Where did you get it from?
Well, what do you think got us targeted?
Ah, I see. Huh. Well, that's very interesting. Although it's not really something to be worrying about right now. She, while holding holding your hand with her left hand, she holds one hand up. You watch as Puddle crawls up onto her shoulders, and Puddle's eyes glow from their kind of like sky blue to the aether green blue. And she casts a simple spell. A few marks in the air traced by one finger before she moves her hand down to hold your other. And there is this little crackle of energy connecting between you two. And you feel... It's weird. You can almost feel her body sitting in the booth, and she can feel yours. You also feel like there's some sort of essence, force, kind of like just peeking through you, like somebody would be flipping through the titles in a library. And she, after a moment, there's another zap. This time of your red aether that arcs off and accidentally hits her pasta dish, sending noodles flying everywhere. She pops back and starts coughing some red lightning out of her mouth. Oh.
Are you alright?
No, I'm fine. Your aether's just rather powerful. I don't think I've had a zap like that in a while.
It may simply be the build-up.
Oh, no, definitely. Okay. Oh. So it is having effects. Minor
It's a
ones.
very dramatic time for the din of the talking to die down in the music.
It really was. Everybody
Yeah.
kind of focuses over. And she kind of glares at all of them. It's witch business. Stop paying attention. She kind of waves her hand, and surprisingly, they do turn away.
Hearing her use the excuse, it's witch business, makes up by a chuckle and tilt his head down.
It is a running joke in the coven. Well, so that's... It's not good news. With the way that it has changed, while the seal is still doing what it was originally made to, it... We need to get that energy of yours vented away as soon as possible. Let's see what actually amplified the explosion right now.
Let's see.
And also, have you had a tendency to attract various, glowing insects? I think the seal might be doing that a little bit. Your arm is probably stopping that from happening, but if you start if you take off your armor while you still have the seal going, you're probably going to get pretty often swarmed at the night. Myst seems visibly nervous. I
suppose you're rather nervous about the fact that I'm practically a walking aether bomb.
You would take out the entirety of Sparklight if you went off right now.
Why are we discussing this in the middle of a cafe?
To be fair, we're purposely in a secluded corner.
Yeah, that's why, and she also says it rather quietly.
Yeah, the only thing that got people's attention is the fact that the plate of noodles exploded.
Yeah. Okay.
My fucking noodle.
Hang on, I've got something for this. She kind of digs around in her pockets. Oh,
And she pulls
right.
out a benzo.
Of course you have something
No.
for this.
Oh, right, Puddle. And she swaps sides. Puddle just told her to check the right side instead of the left. And she pulls out what appears to be some small dried herbs. She ends up kind of chopping them up, and with a knife that she again just kind of pulls out of nowhere. And without even asking, will hand them over and offer them up. Swallow these. It should stabilize the aether at least a bit. It'll give us a little bit more time. Make it a little bit less likely for your seal to break.
She nods and ingests them, swallowing it down with the coffee.
They taste even more bitter than the coffee.
She manages to get them down, but it's obvious that, again, like, she can taste it. And part of her is like, man, tasting bad things sucks.
Yeah, they're not great. We usually use them if somebody has been afflicted with something bad with an etheric origin. Usually delvers that have been tainted by something down below. It should help. And you do feel calmer, surprisingly. It's noticeable.
Does it calm her down, or does it go back to more so it dampens her like the seals usually does?
It's more calms. It seems to ease the seal as well as the aether itself. Even the glow of your eyes dims down slightly. There we go. That should at least give you a day. I've got plenty. I've got a week's worth in here.
Surely she was not that close to randomly popping.
No, absolutely not. But I want to be safe.
The way I would best explain it is that we had one more good shot before things went critical.
Exactly.
So to speak.
That seal of yours is pretty heavily damaged. Imagine a piece of paper left out in the rain. It was weakened, and something simply pressing into it bumps it, rips it. Whoops. There goes your paper. There goes your seal. So,
Thankfully, if the seal were to break, I believe I'd have enough time to, if we hurried, get me out of town to minimize the explosion, but as you can imagine, that is less than ideal.
yeah, you're going to wipe out a decent chunk of the forest, and probably create a tainted area which is going to probably reach its effect to others. But you'd create a fallout zone. So let's
Do you think that
not
do you think that your coven can help siphon off the energy?
I think so. It's not going to be easy. Might need to get inks back. She looks a little wary of that. That might take too long.
Inks is not close to us.
No. They're a busy one. Well, I think I need to finish a few errands while we're here, and then we should leave as soon as possible. I'll join you in my ride, and I'll follow along for the entire trip.
I'm assuming that she sounds like she went from, her typical happy-go-lucky to, holy shit, this is a really, really big problem.
I'm
Yes.
actually surprised, honestly. Like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. She's not like she's gonna, spontaneously, go critical at any time. But like, She's still
Like,
that concerned?
she-
Should we be more concerned?
I mean, probably. We're like, to be honest, if we told any, especially any Aether Witch, that we were being this blasé about how much Aether Searcher currently has in her, and that we've been kind of just putting off for other important tasks rather than getting the seal broken down and the Aether siphoned off, they'd probably be like, wonder if we were like suicidal.
Exactly. When it comes to Aether Witches, their view on things in relation to Aether is very different.
Look, the rest of us didn't even learn about her seal until the edge, man. We were...
Yeah. Yeah, and then we had a little incident, and the seal cracked a bit more, and we're basically one incident away from Sartia going kablooey.
So basically, think of that. Think of those herbs as a bit of a glue to the torn paper. It should keep it steady, but it's not going to last forever. As long as I keep getting you these herbs, it should keep it protected.
It
should.
I really think it's funny because genuinely, if this had happened before and it was old Sartia who was still kind of determined to try and hold on to it, Sartia would see this as a chance to just keep the seal going, which is not the healthy way to go about it.
No, absolutely not.
No.
But thankfully, she also knows that she needs to get rid of it. But it is also does bring to mind the fact that, because I imagine that at this point, if she does think back, the seal's internal Aether would have changed probably roughly 2 years ago because it would have started losing power.
Mm-hmm.
Because for everyone else to know, the reason why it lasted so long is because Sartia's basically held it together through sheer willpower. And it's only recently that her desire to have her emotions cut off have been shaken because she has a kid. She has a kid that she feels she can't show enough love, and that's what got the seal to start breaking.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah. Emotions.
Okay.
I do have one last question before you separate.
Go on.
Coming into contact with Delvers, as you do, thanks to your unique sales list,
She gives a wink.
have you heard of any megastructures in the area that have connections to the space program of the old world?
Space program. She
There was a
thinks.
space program?
She she thinks for a moment, shoveling in a little bit more of the food. No, I don't think so. Not every Delver has told me everything. I've usually been the one that they come to for assistance when it comes to the fact that, they've got plants growing out of their wounds or something of that sort, or they've rapidly developed a new finger. Normal Aether things.
Real fast, actually. If I remember, wasn't on the call it mentioned, just so I know if I need to say this to a buyer or not, that the best off place to go for space program related stuff would actually be in Celarau?
Yes. Celarau had
Yeah,
a
so-
more active.
Yeah, Sartia will quietly speak up and go, the place you're probably looking to search for is in Celarau, Abaya.
Oh, yes, let me just catch a taxi. Bayo slowly turns and looks at Sertia. The reason I ask is because the Jester would be in this area, so he would be targeting such places that are close by, and we could potentially pick up a trail.
The
Who's to say
Jester?
he wouldn't have moved?
We call him the
Right.
Houndmaster.
Oh, that. Really? Jester. Does he have a full title, or is that just the silliness that he goes by?
Was it red or crimson?
Bayo looks at her and she says, "Does it matter?"
It might be. I know of a few more powerful Fae, and if I've heard of this name, I might be able to get a little more background.
The Crimson Jester of the Broken Moon.
Well, that's incredibly edgy. She...
Look who's talking.
Really?
You started it.
Well... Listen, Blue Baron, just because I wear darker tones doesn't mean I'm edgy. I haven't really heard of that name. but Glint would like to know it. Okay.
I would rather he doesn't.
You sure?
The last thing I need to do is give him a target to go out looking for.
I suppose that's fair. Don't want the coven all spread across Alstian, do we? Jeez.
My concern is if he actually finds them.
She nods solemnly. Well, we need to find a way to ensure that we can fight, in case we do find them. Either way, she says, finishing her last drink. Those were both smoothies, by the way. That was rather nice. I need to finish up a few of my errands. I'll probably take another about 2 hours or so. I'll meet you at the outskirts on the highway heading south of here, yeah?
Sounds good to us.
Abaya, you know what vehicle to look for. And in fact, she has 2 different vehicles. She has a little Jeep type thing that looks like those, I forget exactly what they're called, but they're like the World War II kind of Jeep-looking things.
These Jeeps.
Yeah, those. And she's also got a purple scooter, like a Vespa. You assume that she probably drove the Jeep here.
It's a very long way for a Vespa, yeah.
Yeah. Either way. Good to meet you all. Okay. Sounds like we're going to have quite a time. I'll see you soon. And she hops up and puts her hat on, and Puddle, she reaches for Puddle, but you notice that Puddle was actually going towards you, Sertia. Were your hands still exposed?
She was going to put it on when we actually left. She probably put on the gauntlet over one, just to kind of block out this, symbol.
As you're about to go for the other one, you notice that Puddle's kind of like curiously approaching your hand.
She kind of stops and looks at Puddle.
Puddle leans in, kind of does the motion of sniffing before just kind of head bonking it gently. And you see that there's a gentle zap of the aether between Puddle and you. And Puddle kind of, after a second, leans back, doing the, tilting their head in a 45-degree angle thing, before heading over to Myst to be picked back up. Huh. Puddle says your aether is just as interesting as I did. And not tasty. Puddle, please don't try to eat other people's aether.
Sertia nods and puts on her other gauntlet.
She rolls her eyes.
Once her helmet is ingested, she puts on the helmet. I can imagine it's not exactly a calming flavor then.
I think Puddle put it. Puddle talks to me in a mix of sensations and vague thoughts. And Puddle put it in it basically gave the thought of of an electrified pancake covered in hot sauce.
I can imagine it's rather intense.
Very.
Is it strange that we actually know how that tastes?
I'm not surprised. I do remember Glint experimenting with some cooking stuff back when you were around.
We met somebody that you would have absolutely loved.
Really?
A Namir detective named Pratch.
Uh-huh.
Well, when we were with him at the Edge, that was the breakfast that he had. He soaked pancakes in hot sauce.
With the battery?
No, the battery is just extra.
Oh, I suppose that's fair. Either way, I'll see you guys soon. Now, oh dear, I'm a little bit late to the appointment. Take care! And she starts just running out of the shop. It's a good thing she paid at the front counter. She kind of just
I
clops
mean, I
her way
imagine
out
we
to the
paid
front
first.
door. Yeah.
Considering we've been called up for our food. But yeah, I suppose after that then, unless we have more to talk about, Searcher will start working on cleaning up the exploded noodles.
There's only a few noodles about.
Still, tidy up the table a bit.
Yeah. Viz, you, after a moment, realize one of them is sitting on your shoulder. Either way, is there anything that you guys would like to do in Sparklight before meeting back up with
I
Myst?
think the only thing is that Sergio will probably ask Lucretia to drive around and see if they can't find a shop that might sell a sniper rifle, or at least weaponry.
Well, I can't really drive around that much in Sparklight.
Well, I suppose, right. I suppose in that case, she might either look up on her own thing or look up on, ask Viz to help her look up to see if there's any places that might, sell heavier weaponry that isn't high tech.
Sure, I can look that up.
All right, research then, if you're using like the internet.
Research. Yes. D8. It's a 9.
Ah, that's even a raise. Damn. You know the location that does. You find one that would be able to sell things like a sniper rifle. Problem is, it's not in Sparklight. It's in Windfall Valley.
Well, we're not making a detour for that. Maybe if we stop by there, but
I can just imagine the actual search result. It's a search query. It's just sniper rifles near me.
The shop that you get, the picture of it is just this little tiny storefront. Imagine like a small town, like Japanese shop. That's basically how Windfall Valley in this setting is made.
Artisan freaking guns.
It's run by an old grandpa, Scrit, who just, despite looking like the kindliest old grandpa, who even has like a small vegetable garden off to the side of the shop, sells heavy weaponry.
Heavy machine gun.
Heavy machine guns and fresh tomatoes.
What in the Valorant skin ass is this? Good lord.
Alright, well, that's a place we can go visit later if we get the time, but...
Yep.
If we get the time, which we never will.
Yeah, even if we wanted to, at least at this moment, I don't think Myst would allow us to take a detour.
Yeah, I mean, as said, she does have a decent amount of the herbs. She would prefer not to go on a big detour, but she would be fine with smaller ones. Especially if it's particularly interesting.
It's like, we don't have to go to Mara Falls anytime soon. We have the herbs. I'm basically never going to explode now.
She would slap your cheek. Even if you were wearing the helmet, she would slap your helmet.
Clunk.
Honestly,
Alright, well,
deserve.
Yeah,
Yes.
fair.
You've known her for 1 hour. You've turned her into a pothead.
God.
That's just how I do it, Abaya.
Alright, I'm ready to start traveling.
All
Fae
right.
Parade.
All because of you and your special edibles.
Yep.
We get out to town, and then Abaya's mood visibly drops as the Fae pop up again.
Yeah, there's a handful of
Yeah,
Fae
very much
outside. You notice that there's like bright lights in the sky, and you find Myst parked in the corner of one of the more exterior parking lots. She's kind of lounging back in the chair, taking a nap. But when you guys catch up, she kind of like tilts the front of her hat up. Hey, there you are. Come on, let's get moving. Considering you've spent a good part of the day out, I'm going to say you only really moved 4 hexes today.
Yeah.
Yep, sounds good. Oh my god.
I'll go first.
I should probably switch off the cafe ambience.
Oh, minus. It's -1, right, at base?
Yeah.
1.
Two, 3.
Alright, 3 good rolls.
Alright, Lucretia. Alright, another
You rolled-
7.
3 7s so far.
Beautiful.
777. Let's go. We're lucky.
I'm sorry, wait,
the first
hold on. What did I just call Lucretia? What the fuck? Hold on.
What did you say?
Did you
I don't-
call Lucretia Lucru?
Yeah, you did. Lucretia. That's gonna get you shot.
Why did I say that? What is
Oh,
wrong with me?
Did you mix up like Lucretia and crew?
Now I'm just imagining a
you're just
Lucretia
making
Labubu.
Lucretia
my God.
Lacru. Hey, if we have any fan artists in chat, can someone draw Lucretia as a Labubu?
Oh my god.
Anyway, all right. Who wants to roll for where we're staying?
That should be Lucretia. Whoever rolled it last, I think.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then cycle from there.
Roadside. Let's see. D12.
And then where we stay, we get automatic.
12.
12. Something unusual. I guess if we get a Fey Parade and a 12 automatically, we get something super special. Oh my god, we can do like a Sword in the Stone thing again. Oh my god.
Oh my god, so wait, it's a guaranteed good encounter
Yep.
on a good encounter. So it's an extra good encounter.
Yep.
Oh my god.
What do I want to do for that? Give me a moment to think on that, actually. I will be...
Could it be a traveling... Oh my god, we find Zips.
Maybe.
Wait, what do you mean maybe?
I'm gonna
Or
be
cross it also be.
Yeah, well, we're not at a crossroads.
True.
It has to... You
She's
only find
traveling
Cross at
to the crossroad.
Also
No,
possible.
imagine?
Cross has the... Cross is like a very weak Fey overall, but has a specific ability to teleport between crossroads and cut the distance.
Actually, I'm just imagining, now that you brought up Zips, can you imagine that we come across like one of Viz's old like hideouts from ye olden days, and Zips is currently inhabiting it, looting the fuck out of it, and is trying to sell back Viz's own stuff. I would be so pissed.
And then we get to have the implication of like, you know, basically Zips, you know, Viz trying to be intimidating or whatever, and Zips is like, oh, don't worry, you may be nearing 500, but I'm nearing 3,000.
Piece of shit.
Honestly, yeah, that sounds like something Zips might do. Anyways, I'm gonna quickly BRB. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna quickly think what I want this encounter to be. So I will be back. BRB.
Oh my god, I hope she has Zips pop up with the polygon. I think Sertia deserves the polygon.
No.
It's a good gun!
We find the gambler.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean, if we
God.
find the game, I'm immediately giving it to Sertia. It's mine. Frick you.
Oh. Fear.
Sertia obtains it, and then just Yubi describes how the rest of the party, for some reason, Viz specifically feels trauma from another lifetime. Viz suddenly has an experience of a lifetime she never experienced. Instead of Sertia, it's a odd, Viz skier wielding a gun, screaming, "The gambler!" spinning, and then missing the shot atrociously. The biggest feeling that Viz gets from that ominous, really weird flashback is just resigned acceptance.
And then Viz just kind of like slowly, like, you know, like just got like that moment is like just kind of grabs your arm, right? We make eye contact with like our usual sort of like awkward eye contact, and Viz's hand just kind of slowly slides down your arm and then takes the gun from you.
you try, but Sertia has an iron grip.
Pulls out the salvage blade.
We end up having a duel of the fates over the gambler. I do think one of the funniest moments is back when there was a shooting range and Nissa could only watch in horror as Questel is like, hey, can I try shooting here? And then steps up and Nissa could only watch because she's too far away as she spins the wheels on the barrel.
Yeah.
And then immediately after her shot misses and ricochets everywhere, Nissa coming in to drag Questel away from the shooting range.
Yeah.
I'm not
It's
sure
her. It
which
was her
has-
shooting range.
I'm not sure which has a lower chance to hit, the gambler or a Viz fighting roll.
Oh my
you!
God.
Fuck you! Wow! How fucking dare you?
That was really mean.
Wow!
We gotta tell that one to
Alright.
you when she gets back.
Ugh.
Yeah, hi. Oh, you're heading
Did
out,
you
Blue
hear-
Baron? Did
care.
Mika give you the link to my YouTube?
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah. So that you can catch up whenever. Whenever I post the stream.
Oh my god.
Hey, real fast. Can you repeat what you said for Yumi to hear?
Yeah, I said that I wasn't sure which would have a lower chance to hit, a shot from the gambler or a Viz fighting roll.
Fucking kill you.
But they're always great to see. By the way, I'm having a quick snack 'cause I'm hungry.
Snacky.
Oh,
My
damn.
God, Alex.
Oh my god.
Fair enough, Blue Baron.
Of course, rounded out.
Yep. Realizing that they didn't subscribe at all.
Oh my god.
Fantastic. Thank you very
you.
much.
Ugh.
My income bars are going to be so fucking hilarious. All they're going to be basically flat because I barely make any money off of these streams. And then there's just a boom! You know, this is actually great. Because even my therapist was telling me how I basically need to have a pet around for just having some critter around. This will help me get it all set up. This actually helps a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm just saying though, I'm right here, Yumi.
You know, I know that Master's been making comments about Riot, you know, kind of needing to be
Yes?
collared once again.
Oh.
You know, yeah, I mean, he's been making public comments to you about it. I'm just going off of that. I didn't realize she'd be so blatant about it to you, though, Yumi. I mean, she's practically begging for it.
She really is.
I'm gonna.
See, she even turned on her sensors for you because she's good. She's a good bot.
I'm
appreciate-
going to kill you.
I appreciate it, Baron.
Yes, thank
y'all-
you.
Yeah, no, seriously,
Thank
I
you.
always love a good donation and just people that are here to support their friends and support this. And yeah, no, I seriously appreciate it. And later, ask Mika for an invite to my Discord. I got a Discord with a whole bunch of people, so you should come hang out.
Admittedly, I don't think that's the place for Alex.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
He's not a furry.
Okay.
It's a very furry server, so maybe not.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
an
just stick
extremely
around for
furry
streams.
server. Okay.
Maybe
What
just
I'm
stick around for the
saying.
streams.
Yeah, that's fair. We stream normally Saturdays at noon. No, at noon CST.
At noon.
So you'll want to catch those then.
Yeah.
But still, I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Either way, let's get back to it, shall we? Now that I've had put a meat stick inside of myself,
Yeah.
it was teriyaki flavored.
Uh-huh.
Biting you.
Same.
I like that meat stick. Anyways, you all pull up at what appears to be another old building. It's a small, burnt-out house, and it's kind of late at night. This house looks like it's had some rough times. It's a two-story house made mostly of what appears to be brick, but you see that the walls have been scorched, and the front door is hanging loose and crooked. The windows are busted out. Do you investigate?
I mean, I'd say so. How does it look decently structurally
It
sound?
looks very structurally sound. After all, I said it was
Alright,
made
well,
of
yeah.
brick, so.
Yeah, just to make sure that's not like about to fall apart. But yeah, if it looks structurally sound, then Sartia's gonna, get her stuff and be willing to go in first to investigate.
All right. Myst pulls over onto the side, her Jeep just casually rolling. Yeah, like there's an overgrown driveway that leads up to it that was like once concrete, but it's like heavily cracked with overgrowth. She just goes along the grass outside of the driveway, not even bothering, considering you guys were taking the driveway. You notice, you hear a little, like, squeaking noise from Puddle. Abaya, you would remember that Puddle very much enjoys doing off-roading with Myst. It's a weird little thing that little Fae enjoys, but hey. And you both pull up to the house together. Well, this seems like a rather easy spot to set up camp. Come on, let's check it out.
Sergio will nod and open the door. She does have...
The door falls off.
She picks it up and puts it to the side. And they go then.
The interior of the living room is scorched heavily. Everything is ashen. There's the framework of a couch. And in fact, it looks like there was a massive raging fire that originated from the couch itself.
This is where the fire happened.
I was about to say something.
God damn it. In the middle, you actually notice that there's a few remains of bones in the middle of what appears to be the origin of the fire. This was a massive fire. Like, this was intense. But strangely, the wood flooring above this room seems to be rather intact. It's scorched to hell, but it's intact. There is a second floor. Off of this living room, you find a kitchen and a small side room that might have been the bath. No, it was the bathroom. You accidentally stumble over a piece of the toilet. You do find a set of stairs leading up to a second floor. Do you check out the second floor?
Yeah, Sergio will. If we can stay up there, then at the very least, best thing to do is make sure it doesn't collapse under the weight of power armor.
Yep. As said, the floor, despite being scorched to hell and back, does look surprisingly structurally sound. And in fact, you notice that a lot of the scorch on the lower level seems to be restrained to mostly like 5-6 feet up. It seems to fade off like a few feet before the second floor. Coming up to the second floor, you come to a little hallway, and there's 3 doors. There's a burnt-out wooden door, a nicer-looking intact wooden door with something gold on it, another burnt-out... hang on. You stop and look at this particular door. While the 2 doors are rather rough-looking and scorched to high hell and back. Actually, no, sorry, they haven't been scorched up here. They're crooked, hanging. Some of them have some plants growing on top of them. And you see some semblance of fire here. There's this last door that is intact. And the knob is different. The design of this door is different, and it has a golden snake on the front. What do you do?
Sertia, beyond her helmet, frowns, but this is obviously something important. And she's just going to look behind her to make sure everything's ready, and then just say, this door obviously doesn't belong here. And looking at it, I'm not entirely sure it even fits in with the layout of the building.
No, it most certainly doesn't. That is odd. I've never seen a door like this.
I'd suggest we investigate. Be ready. And Sertia is going to have her blade, not ignited, but, in her hand as she uses her left one to open the door slowly and peek inside.
And inside, this is what you see. Give me a moment to make sure I've got the map ready.
Is it what we think it is?
I mean, what else could it be?
Exactly.
Lounge.
It's the Golden Serpent Lounge.
Oh, hell yeah.
Just make sure everything's set up.
While you get everything described, I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast.
Yeah, go on. The door creaks open quietly, and you see this strange chamber, much larger than the house that the door is attached to, with checkerboard floors, vibrant purple and blue and red flora, and a bar at the far end. This strange, semi-hairless face stares back at you from underneath a wide-brimmed hat, and simply says,
Oh!
"Are you going to come inside?"
Oh. I see him.
Yep. I was already intending for you
No!
guys to come here.
Ow!
Why are you
There
saying
he
no?
is. There
Oh,
they
yeah.
are. This looks like old Sip, so there they are.
Yep. Come on, The lounge is
Yeah, we-
open.
Lucretia would have been back
I
here.
will. Bertia will strangely kind of look in, curious, and kind of look around cautiously. It's very obvious she's trying to be very careful, but also this is what in the world is this?
The walls
Yeah.
are strange. They're a rough-hewn, what almost appears to be onyx. Same thing with the stairs. The plants grow wildly along them, and you see what appears to be veins of gold going along the walls. There's a second floor, and you see like a pool table, some normal tables, and a small little hammock set up off to one side with some little critter laying down in it. Well, come, sit down.
Well, Sertia will go and kind of slowly look into the bar. It's obvious that she's looking around, and she curiously takes off her helmet and tries to see if she can just, by opening the seal, see if she can feel any aether around here, because this is very obviously like super magical.
This is
Yeah.
extremely magical. And you said there is a hint of it, but not nearly as much as you expected.
Apologies. You seem to have caught us off guard.
Oh,
May
I do
ask
that
who
all
you
the
are
time.
and where we are?
My name is Gallus. I am the purveyor and owner of this here Golden Serpent Lounge. I open my doors to travelers, adventurers, and all that sort. Tell me a story, and I'll deliver a drink, food, whatever you would like.
For the owner of a place called the Golden Serpent, you don't look much like a Veskier.
She looks down. Oh, I do suppose you haven't seen it. Hang on. And her like form flickers for a moment. There it is. She's side and there is a Veskier standing in front of you.
What?
Yep.
This just gets her to narrow her eyes more. Apologies, this question might be rude, but what are you?
I'm many things, my dear. I am well, I've traveled across many worlds and am an archfey.
I've never heard of the term Archfey before.
Do we hear a gun clicking from Abaya?
It's a new term.
Do you mean primordial fae?
No. Is that something from your world?
Yes, the Fae in our world tend to be about 500 years old, dating back to the Old War.
Oh my dear, I think I'm about 20,000.
This actually, this kind of gets her to like, despite her stunted emotions, kind of like her eyes actually widen a bit. She's like,
This is actually the one who's taken aback the most, I think. This actually kind of stumbles, like takes a step back, kind of stumbling.
Are you okay, little robot friend?
I think you may be the oldest being in our existence.
Well, I'm not quite in your existence, as it were. My door, she gestures to the now freestanding door that you entered through. There's in fact a wall behind it. Can appear everywhere. Any point in time, space, alternate timelines, you name it. she says, kind of waving a hand. This figure is clad in these vibrant purple attire, and despite looking like a Veskier now, has these horns that stick out of the hat, another snake that coils around their shoulders, and you hear the clop of hooves as they step around occasionally. I like to travel, or at least the lounge does. I gain sustenance from hearing the stories of travelers and adventurers, and in turn, I offer sustenance for them.
Viz is gonna go up to this chair, like the stool, and just gonna pick it up, like moving it around, looking at it closely, and then just kind of letting gravity do its thing and just dropping it.
You do notice that the gravity is slightly lower here. Are you surprised, little robot? It is a stool.
Viz kind of knocks on the stool or on the table with like its hand.
Yeah, Lucretia's like looking around, just kind of whispering, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to imagine that everyone here is just completely out of their element. Everyone's here just kind of, even Sertia like looks shaken by the fact like, oh, I am beyond my page zone.
Viz is gonna sidle on up behind Abaya. Abaya, do you potentially have access to any hallucinogenic drugs that may also happen to affect synthetics? And if
As a
so,
matter of fact, yes.
Oh.
did you use any?
Well, if I did, she would begin melting right about this point.
I am quite real, I assure you. Gauss holds out a hand. The hand looks like a Veskier's, but it is, like, very well taken care of. And you notice that there's very fine golden lines that flow along the scales. Almost like they're edged in gold on a more yellow scale. If you need a little bit of assurance.
I'm more curious what that shape you had earlier was. That alien form.
Oh, it's based after something that isn't from your world. She says.
Are you sure you haven't laced our food or electricity?
I just want to lace electricity.
I installed Bunsy Buddy on your system.
No!
You mean this particular form? And her form shimmers once again, shifting to that.
Yes, that. I
It's...
think aside from Wizarfin, I don't really know of any other fur-deficient races.
Sertia kind of like turns and looks at you.
Well, yes, aside from the Veskier. For our scale.
And then, of course, there's the Mimir. Myst comments.
Well, how is Myst taking this, by the way?
She's got a huge grin on her face. She is loving this. Well, if you really want to know, it's based after.
With the pointed ears, you kind of remind me of a shaved Aris.
Not quite. It is based vaguely after something called an elf, but not quite, she says. And you notice that she even has a scaled tail, very akin to a Veskier, that matches the Veskier face.
The only elf-type thing that I have ever heard of with that nomenclature is a small lizard-like creature that runs around stealing people's socks.
Oh my god. What? Oh my god.
That's a new one to me.
You know.
It is an old story.
Let's not use the sad music. Stop it! Magical floral.
You're right. I'm the last one.
She's
of
like,
them.
I have
I've
been
evolved."
exposed.
You certainly seem different from the Fae we're used to.
Indeed.
I'm imagining they're not exactly the same beings, even if you're called similarly.
Oh,
Although,
absolutely.
from the sounds of it, you as well thrive off making deals with others.
She nods. From what I've learned of your particular world, your Fae are spelt more typically with the F-A-E spelling. Mine are F-E-Y. Our Fae are very different. I am a creature of deals, I am a creature of magical power, of very many things. Your Fae are young. While some definitely have some sort of power, they don't quite match many of the things that I have seen from other Fae, and don't even come close to other Archfae.
Our Fae are ghosts.
But, still, your Fae are something important in your world. They are, well, they take the place of something like me. But that is neither here nor there.
Viz starts looking around.
Yes, little robot? You seem to be very distracted by things.
If it is not here nor there, where is it?
And a space between spaces, of course. In truth, the Golden Serpent Lounge is wherever I wish it to be. Sometimes it goes wherever it wishes to be. My door has appeared in many zones, but the lounge itself has never appeared truthfully in any real realm. This realm is my realm, my home. I have full power over it, but don't you worry, my dear. I will not harm you. In fact, I quite like meeting adventurers and travelers such as yourself. You have the greatest stories to tell.
You do seem to have picked up others. You appear to have picked up a script somewhere along the way.
Oh, Zips. Oh, don't worry about them. Zips, we have a few customers. Zips, who this little scrawny critter that was working on what appears to be a rather streamlined-looking computer terminal, looks up. Oh, I'll be down in a moment.
Actually, I just realized that's actually super dangerous for Viz.
Yeah.
Because, like, Viz, like, suddenly is like, oh my god, and technology more advanced than I could ever imagine. I must learn everything about this, and I will not stop. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Zips is equipped with tech that is higher level than the current setting.
To be fair, Zips also, at this point, due to how Zips works, already knows us as a group, and probably at this point knows how to deal with Viz.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep. And
That's wild.
after a moment,
And
Zips...
once again, Zips is going to meet my character before their transformation the one time, and then all the other encounters are going to be changed.
Yep.
How does this happen twice in a row?
Because it's fun. That's why. Also for the stream
Because
viewers...
the dice decree.
Yep. For the stream viewers, let me pull up the Zips art.
Zips that.
Go find
And
it.
by the way, there's two possible versions of Zips we can meet. This is the older one who went through a gender identity crisis.
So,
Zips
you-
is current... Sorry, go on.
So, a good thing to note, younger Zips didn't often leave the planet due to the way that their thing worked.
True.
So, you're only going to be meeting older Zips.
Damn. I want to go on about how Zips went through the, plant gender arc where they tried to be a photosynthesize. To be fair, though, I imagine a lot of people would like to identify as a plant. I can imagine it's soothing.
Anyways, that's Zips. Zips is a yinglet. A very old yinglet who's gone through much more than any that
Look
their
at that
species
freaking
ever
tail.
would. Yep.
I know.
Also, you know what, Raya? Making you a houseplant for Yumi.
What?
We're just gonna take Viz. We're gonna put Viz in a pot, and then like just put like a plastic plant on Viz's head.
Listen, I'll give
Oh,
you
I
a
mean,
really
you
cool
don't need a
pot.
plastic plant. Viz will just grow plants eventually.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but we don't want Viz to overgrow the plant. Wait, oh my God, Viz, it's like quick. We need a place to store this plant. I don't know, we can just put it on Viz's head. It'll grow.
Let me check some of the inventory to make sure that because there's a response that I want to do.
Oh my God, I sure hope we have the polygun poking fingers together.
Oh my goodness.
And the polygun is a fun gun.
Oh, it's this group. Oh, hi there.
Lucretia, at that, like, raised an eyebrow and was kind of staring Zips down.
This
The
group.
fuck
You
do
don't-
mean this group?
You don't recognize me, Luke. Oh, right. So this is the first time that we meet. Gallus nods.
Sertia actually does the thing where she's going to like rub the bridge of her nose and sigh heavily. I'll admit this is starting to become quite out of my league. Would you mind explaining, please?
Although I can see why you would reckon this Lucretia first.
Don't
God.
fucking call me that.
Oh, so the last time somebody called her that, it wasn't good. Gallus will explain. My friend Zips here has a very particular condition where they appear all across space and time at rather random intervals. Time is loose, at least for them. They have been to the start of the universe and the end of it, in many different timelines and instances. So, as it appears, Zips has already met you all. Zips nods. That I have. Though, I don't recognize you or you. Which one of you is Sertia?
She kind of. I feel like if anything, which one is Sertia is probably the more apparent one.
Yeah, Zip says, pointing to Myst, and then of course to Sertia. Oh,
Abaya
Thanks,
looks
Myst.
over, and those that are more familiar with him might recognize that he's suddenly a little bit nervous.
Ah.
Because Zip's mainly coming over and asking that question reveals to Myst that Sergia transforms.
Yep.
Sertia doesn't pick this up because she's overwhelmed. Sertia just says, I'm Sertia.
Oh, I see. Huh. You know, that armor. Neat. I remember you mentioning it. Oh, where are my manners? As Miss Gala said, my name is Zips. I already know your names. Zip says with a chuckle. Indeed.
With the exception of Myst, apparently.
Indeed. I haven't met you before. Oh, that's a pity. That would have been rather fun.
Well, according to how this goes, I suppose this just means that you'll know each other for future encounters.
Suppose so. If they happen, I have met thousands. It is a wonder that I remember them all. So, my dears, food and drink of your preference?
You said you give those freely for a story, right?
Indeed.
And I assume then it's safe to talk about our adventures.
Of course. Nobody is listening except for Zips and I. And also, Gallus looks over to Zips to get Viz's name. That one is Viz. Viz, do you want to come and sit down, or are you going to continue to hide behind your friend?
This is just honestly, like, genuinely this is probably aside from Sertia seeing Viz that one night, this is the most emotion Viz has ever displayed. Ever.
Viz is just stun locked.
Yes, very much so.
I would recommend giving Viz time to process.
That's
Regardless. Check on.
That's perfectly fine.
If you'd like a story, how about... And she stops to think for a moment, and then kind of looks to the rest of the group. Well, Myst is here, so we have to be a bit careful about how much everyone is comfortable with revealing, but how about we discuss... And also, considering this is the first meeting, I can imagine that, this is probably also the only time Zip's going to see Sertia anywhere close to having the seal actually active and see just how different she is. So,
Yep.
I don't know how Zips is going to react, but I can imagine that regardless,
it's
she's definitely
interesting.
muted.
Also, a good thing I do want to mention, I want you guys to actually tell the story. This is a chance to tell something that happened before the campaign, if you want to.
God, frick. Okay.
Ah,
Before the
Yeah.
campaign?
That's clever.
Well, everyone knows the secret. Let's see. Just to double check, Myst basically knows that Sertia made a deal with, a Fae.
Yep.
So, okay. I suppose this is a chance then for Sertia to tell the story of what happened then.
Yeah. Yeah, I want you guys to take this as a chance to build up a little bit more backstory.
I'll go first then, if no one else wants to give time to build up their own ideas, because I do have a pretty good idea.
All right.
Oh, I already know exactly the story I'm telling.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I can tell my own story first. Something
Excellent.
unique, I suppose.
All right.
When I was a young woman, about 40 years ago now, I left home to join the military. My father had his own plans for my role in the family, but I had been rather influenced by my mother, who was a rebellious spirit. It's obvious that, she's being a little bit careful with Myst here to not reveal too much, but also trying to be honest. I became determined that leaving home to join the military would be the best way to preserve the peace. My mother was a hero to many, and I wanted to fulfill that role and become someone who was important, a protector. But due to some genetic experiments upon me, I was a bit unstable etherically. And she's definitely trying to keep to the story that Abai has been telling, but also trying not to lie. So definitely telling half truths here and there. And I can imagine to the two ancient creatures here, they can tell when her story is being lighter told due to the person next to her.
Yeah, even as you're continuing, Gallus kind of furrows her brow a little bit. My dear, for it to count, I want to know, you need to tell it truthfully.
Sertia taps her finger on the countertop. I apologize, but some of this is stuff that I simply do not trust with telling Myst yet. Apologies.
Do I need to go to a corner or something?
If I'm to tell the full story, then yes, if you wouldn't mind. Apologies, but this still has some things that... There are many things I'm willing to share with you due to a biased trust in you, but this is personal.
And you'll tell it to, she says, gesturing to Gallus.
She got you there.
I mean, this
Who
is
else?
also a being that's going to remove themselves from our reality.
Yeah, yeah, it's like...
Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
Tell me,
Fine.
who are these two going to tell?
I suppose that's fair.
Before Myst gets up, Abaya points at her and he says, "When you get in the corner, no Blair witching."
God.
Aww.
And,
She'll actually go upstairs and do that.
Once Sertia is certain that she's far away enough to hear, and she'll. All right, full story then. She definitely seems a bit nervous about actually telling the full thing, despite the fact, like, she's not fully comfortable, but she also is like, well, yeah, the Fae can definitely tell there's no point in lying, I've already started. My name is Sertia Radau, and I was born in Celarau to my father, Silas. He was a scientist in the old world and used research to turn himself and then his descendants into, well, powerful creatures, changing our biology. But this blessing only comes into play when we're closer to adulthood, assuming we survive. My father wanted me to be secretive and stay with the family, and I didn't want that. I wanted to go to the Austin country, join their military because I saw some propaganda pamphlets and got it into my young, reckless head that I could be the link bringing peace between the two countries. If I got a high enough rank, I could do my best to maintain that peace and prevent war from breaking out that would harm innocent people. My father disagreed, but the sentiments of my mother echoed in my head. They still do these days. The desire to be a hero people can look up to. And so I left, but I also knew that I wouldn't be able to look normal forever. My heritage would reveal itself at some point. And while I was still making a name for myself in Austin, struggling to try and figure out what I was going to do about it, I was actually approached. What do you say that the Alloy Queen could possibly either appear to people on the road or like appear like in their homes if they're in need? Which is more likely.
He has definitely appeared in the in people's homes before, but has also appeared on the road. Either way works. Also, I just checked my earnings. I am at 4867. I am not getting paid out yet.
Alright, just a bit more though, and you'll get all that money.
Yep.
But yeah. When I came home one day after looking up all the ways to fake my identity as Sertia Bellinus, a Ostian native, which I'm quite shocked actually I managed to get away with considering my accent at the time. Subtle tells and all that. I found this Fae within my home. Remind me, what does the Alloyed King look like again? I believe he looks like... The way I've always imagined it with that name is that he looks almost like melded scrapmetal, like the Soul of Cinder from Dark Souls 3.
Sort of. The Alloyed King is this vague shape of a figure that is made out of metal. These swirling different types of metal. Some of it looks to be old war alloy, some of it looks to be more modern, some of it looks to be even, like, alien entirely. That can take many different shapes, but always has a vaguely humanoid shape, complete with tail. But often has wings, maybe some other arms, that sort of thing. Their shape varies. But the last time you saw him, he appeared with probably 2 sets of wings and an extra set of arms. 6 glowing red eyes along a vaguely beak-like shaped head. It's a very triangular head.
Yeah, chill, forward that description of what he looked like. And say, and he was, well, politely standing in my new apartment's rather bare living room, and he offered to make me some tea. Well, it's hard not to recognize a Fae when you see one, particularly one that powerful, so I accepted. He made tea, and he sat us down on my singular couch. I didn't know what to make of him, but it seemed he already knew everything about me. Although he asked me to talk about my history first and politely redirected me when I tried to tell him half-truths. Although I've never been really good at those, so I suppose it's no surprise that he could tell.
My dear, it seems that even Fae in your world, despite being young, have quite a bit of power. And also, they're quite imaginative in their appearances. My goodness.
Sertia nods. She's, obviously lost in a very old yet, vivid memory.
Continue, my dear.
Eventually, he asked what I wanted to do with my life, and I don't know. I had the real reason. I wanted to join the military. I wanted to rise up the ranks and protect people, but all I could say at that moment, for whatever reason, was just, I want to be a hero. That's something I would tell my mother all the time when she was around, telling me her own stories. I can remember his response clear as day. You can honor your mother's memory in many different ways. Are you sure this is the one you want? I don't know, I didn't feel any doubt then when I nodded my head. I was so certain that it was the way I had to go, that it was the best way to honor her legacy. And I don't think he really liked my answer, but accepted it. And, he offered me a deal. He told me that as I was, I wouldn't last a year before eventually my heritage would present itself, and I would be unable to hide what I was. But since I was so determined and single-minded on this goal, he offered to make a seal for me. It would suppress my emotions and some of my senses, but in return, the seal would hold steady and I would not be able to express my powers. He warned me then of the dangers of containing my, rather large amounts of natural aether generation, especially as I got older. And also warned me that it would only last for 20 years before he believed it would start to break down. I took the deal without a second thought, and her hands clench and she shudders a bit, almost as if she's remembering something painful. I don't like to remember the feeling, but I remember the sensation of just, it felt as if my very soul was getting stripped away, locked behind something cold. I could feel it pressing down on me, and I could feel as if the life from the world itself was leaching out of my senses. But I had to hold on, because this was the only way I could honor what my mother wanted of me. The only way to help people. So I dealt with it. And all I remember is that I felt a sensation of loss afterwards. I felt dull. I'm sure you can imagine what that's like by now.
She nods.
Some people just can't see the same color in the world anymore, and that was pushed upon me by my own choices. He offered one last time if I was sure, and if I wasn't, I could always have it undone right then and there. But I was only more resolute in my decision. And so he left and told me one day we might see each other again, and he hoped to see me healthier. He warned me again about the 20-year limit and left. And so I went 40 years without worrying about the seal. I think at some point halfway, as Myst described to me, I must have started powering it with my own aether. And I was so determined to hold on, but it broke recently, or at least started to break. Reason is I have an adoptive son. And the last conversation we had in person was a fight, because I wanted the best for him and he wanted to follow his own dreams. It reminded me of the fights I'd have with my father, and reminded me of what I did to follow my mother's desires. And for weeks I was unable to stop thinking about it, following a train of thought, until one day I realized that he might die one day without knowing how much I care about him, truly. I might die without really being able to feel the love I know I have for him, and that broke something in me. For just a moment, I didn't want to have the seal anymore. I didn't want the responsibility of sacrificing so much of myself for the greater good. For just that one moment, I let selfishness take over, and it ruined my life. The seal broke, and I had to run. I was a danger to myself and others, and so for 3 months I ran until I ran into this group. And I've been traveling with them ever since, and well, we have a plan to remove the seal, but I do wonder if this would have happened if I had just been strong enough. If I hadn't had that moment of weakness.
Were your hands on the bar counter while saying this?
Yeah, like after the moment of talking, like they've been, talking about the seal being formed, her hands have like been clenched.
As you start to finish this, Gallus takes one of your hands in her own, and despite the power armor, you can feel the gentle warmth from them somehow. My dear, through all of my years, throughout all my years in this lounge, I have seen so very many. This seal, if it broke, would you still be you? Deep down, I'm not talking anything physical. I am talking the soul.
I don't know. I haven't been... The person underneath the seal hasn't been me for a long, long time.
But it is still you, no?
She doesn't meet Gallus's eyes.
My dear, throughout my many years, I have seen all sorts come through here. Normal folks, certainly. Traveling soldiers. Adventurers that look like the typical people of their world, but I've seen other things. I have seen demons and devils that have somehow turned to good. I have seen a mass of tentacles that eats time itself become a hero. I have seen so very many strange and unique and wonderful individuals come through. And they've all been genuinely, well, most of them have been genuinely good people. Unless you would lose yourself to that. If you really truly want to be a hero, you have to be true to yourself. And hiding your emotions like that is not good. But I'm sure you can tell that now. And she lets go. Whatever food or drink you want, I can deliver it. Thank you. That was rather
Just in
impactful.
a moment. And she'll actually kind of put on her helmet again, just for now, to kind of isolate herself even just a little bit.
Just take a minute, my dear. And off to the side, Viz has been staring Zips down. Zips,
Yes.
at some point, looks over. Yes, Viz, are you looking at some of the tech again? I'm afraid you can't have it.
This is kind of contemplating what to actually like tackle first in Zips' comments.
I have other things to sell if you are interested, but they have to be particularly picked.
You are from the future.
Yes and no. I have been into the past, the future, the alternate past, the alternate future, left and right, you name it. In a way, I do carry many things from the future, yes.
Myst is gonna look a bit closer
Mm-hmm.
at the various like technology.
The Zips kind of tilts
Closer.
leans their their data pad away from you. Yes, I do remember you being very insistent about this last time.
If you know me at all, you cannot be surprised.
I'm not. I'm just letting you get a good look.
Are you not willing to let me have a closer look?
Zips has to lean back slightly. Hey, see, timelines do need to be kept intact. There are only so many things that I can sell from time periods further ahead than yourself. My dear, you are pressing on my leg.
What sort of things do you have?
Are you asking Zips or Gallus?
Zips.
All sorts. Yeah. And Zips will start setting out their inventory for you to take a look at. So, show the players.
Oh!
Is only so much right now, but feel free to take a look.
No matter which world you are in, Zips, why do you always show up when we're broke?
We're not broke, actually.
Yeah, you're not.
No. I
No,
am.
very much not.
Did
Dirty is not
when
broke.
when did you spend
I'm pretty
money?
sure Sergio could buy our entire...
I could buy everything.
Yeah. When did you spend money between between the bounty?
Very aggressively spending money.
Oh right.
Remember,
yeah.
remember,
It went
the money went
to
to me.
Sertia. Yep. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, most of the money was spent on the Kevlar.
Several squares of colorful paper for 500 credits? What the fuck is this?
Let's see, hang on. All right.
Zip
It
sells
teaches you
magical items.
origami. It's very valuable.
Oh yeah, hang on. This is nighttime. Hang on. Time to put up my money counter. I have a counter in my inventory to count how long till payday. We're at day 6 of the week, so in 2 more days I'll get paid.
My God.
Again? I thought you...
I've been counting the days. It's every week.
Holy shit, has it really been that
Yeah,
far
we
away?
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It
been a while.
has.
Jesus, okay.
All this is new, Mako. There is a little bit of inspiration from stuff in the last campaign, though. But it's all new items.
Yeah, so they could buy everything.
Well, in the meantime, how about you, Abaya? I believe. How about you? Your name. What is your name? What should I call you?
Well, you already called me by your name, so let's work with that.
She didn't. Yeah, I don't think you ever told her, so I didn't mean to. But
My name is Abaya. It is a pleasure. But before I offer up my own story of how I, too, encountered a primordial, is sustenance the only thing that you deal in?
food and drink, my dear. But what is it that you would be looking for?
I was hoping to cut another deal.
Oh, really?
There will come a time, very soon, where we must cross a very large distance very quickly. With the way that your lounge operates, I was hoping that you would give us a pass of sorts to step through your door and then step back out, here or closer to Crucible Bay, the city that we call home.
Well, I can give an item that allows you to summon my door. She says, holding up this old gold coin that is heavily oxidized. However, my control of it is somewhat limited. I can give it a general direction, and it will appear where it needs to meet travelers, adventurers, those that have the stories that I look for. But I do never know exactly where it appears. While this is going on, Zips just has to lean back again. You are
I saw
so
that.
close. If you were breathing, I would feel you on my chest. Do you want a cuddle? Is that it?
This is a cuddler.
This kind of like
Do you need a hug?
takes that like step back and like kind of looks back up overhead of Maya. Like, what do you mean by this?
I mean that you are surprisingly affectionate when you are treated well, Viz.
Is that
Sitting
so?
upon that bumper with you leaning against my shoulder is a very valuable memory to me.
Oh.
This kind of looks a little bit bashful, weirdly enough.
That's cute.
Yeah.
That does check.
Lucretia would like to buy the pocket watch.
Oh, that can be certainly done. Yeah. And you you hand over the creds. Yes, these are a little bit on the older side, but that'll do. These are newly minted.
Yeah. Did you see what else I said?
Yeah, I saw that
she
you need to
said
run to the
person.
store. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
this is
sure the other stories will take a while.
yeah, this is a good
Yeah.
time. Go do your thing.
Okay. I shouldn't be too terribly long.
Yep.
And it's not like Lucretia would actually share a story.
Yeah,
Actually.
that's fair. So, bye. You've been sitting here separated from the rest of the group. Do
I
you-
took my seat second. It's not my fault I took the rest.
I suppose that is fair. Well, do you have a story to tell, my dear?
I do. And like I said, I will tell it in exchange for that coin. You may only be able to give it general points, but an escape from where we're going is worth its weight in gold.
She nods. A deal that I can do.
Very well.
And as you're about to start, Myst yells, "Can I come down yet?"
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, thank goodness. She takes a seat next to you, Abaya, and almost immediately is leaning against you.
Pike gives her a sidelong look, but he just shakes his head after a moment. How familiar are you with our world and the rules that it is bound by?
I have met a little bit. Encountered a few here and there. Feel free to illuminate me, my dear.
And do you know what our races are, at the very least?
She nods.
Good, that makes things much easier. Well, as you know, we Zarfin are a very depleted race at this point. There are only 5,000 of us
7.
in my home city. 5, 7, close enough. We have formed a home in the upper layers of what is called a megastructure. Are you familiar with those?
Vaguely. I know Zips is very familiar with them. Zips, it chuckles from over on the side. It is not so fun when you appear in the middle of Tier 6.
Viz immediately sidles closer. Is that so?
Viz, God damn it. Zips, almost falls off. Yes, please, you nearly pushed me out of my seat.
We may benefit from a long conversation about it then.
Apaya's watching Viz and Zips, and he looks back at Galaxy and says, "Seems like you're not the only one hungry for stories."
Seems so. Gala says with a chuckle. She has this warm smile upon her face.
Unknowing of just how deadly accurate this is, he says jokingly, "Do I have to worry about Viz turning into a fae sometime soon?"
This kind of stumbles a little bit backwards before, stepping back and composing himself.
There are only a few ways that can happen, anyways. Zip says that just quietly, like it's nothing. So.
In any case, megastructures are these towering facilities left behind by the old world. They contain treasure troves of information, research, some rare materials that we can no longer replicate, old war machines. I had dedicated my early life to trying to seek out remnants of the old world. It was my dream, once upon a time, to encounter a machine that still existed from that time, so that I could gain more knowledge of how the world used to be and see about replicating it. To this end, I joined up when I was still a young and healthy Zarfin with a paramedic group that delved down into the megastructure we had built our city around to rescue scavengers that had lost their way, or that had pieces of the megastructure collapse upon them. It is a dangerous job.
It's a job that must be done.
Well, yes, both us and the scavengers. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I was even very good at it. One day, a distress signal came up from below. I and the small squadron of us that had formed, including a very recent addition to the group. He pauses for a second and taps his fingers on top of the counter, and he begins to wade into something he didn't even reveal to Viz back then. We Zarfin, thanks to how small in number we are, we have to take certain steps in order to continue the existence of our species. One of these is arranged marriages.
Oh no, you haven't even told me this. Oh man. I see.
Being young and, well, in my prime, so to speak, I similarly had such an arrangement, and my bride-to-be, wishing to get to know me and gain closer relationships, because there's no reason to force yourself into things.
No.
Joined my squadron so that we could go on our little adventures together. This was her second dive.
Fuck.
We followed the trail of the scavengers down, deep into the megastructure, but not as deep as we anticipated. We were still in the segment of the megastructure that had been explored beforehand when we reached the level that the signal was coming from. It was an area long since considered safe, fully mapped out, and while we haven't recovered every bit of equipment and rare materials from the level, it had been pretty well considered to be just a waypoint on your way deeper into the megastructure. Naturally, we were confused by this, and we spread out to find this scavenger team, thinking that maybe a portion of the megastructure had been damaged, and that they had simply been trapped. Instead, we found them, or what was left of them, their bodies, lying in an old docking bay. To our surprise, we also discovered floating there in the docking bay was what appeared to be an old-world submarine, rusted, leaking oil into the surrounding ocean and discoloring it as it went. Where the oil touched the edges of the docking bay, the metal was corroding much faster than anything we had ever seen before. The bodies of the scavengers we had found were desiccated, withered, as though they had been down there for years rather than mere hours. We called the rest of the squadron in to investigate. We were collecting the fallen and inspecting the submarine when abruptly the submarine began to move. It reared itself out of the water, its rusted hull splitting along the underside and opening into these long, bladed and jagged legs. It formed a shape not unlike a creature called a centipede. I don't know if they exist in your worlds.
They do.
This elongated, segmented creature of twisted metal and dripping foul mucuses and other liquids. It burst out of the docking bay's waters at us before the rest of us were even able to really get our bearings. We tried to turn and run, but, well, airlock doors are heavy for a very good reason. My fiancée was the first. She was the closest to the edge of the docking bay when the creature I now know as the carrier emerged. It didn't even bother looking at her. It just swarmed straight up and over her. I could hear the snap as its legs, like spears.
Myst will move to hug you at this point.
He pauses for a few very long seconds, and then he just shakes his head. The others managed to get the first of the airlock doors open at this point and began to run. 3 others, to be exact. I had been walking around the edge of the docking bay towards where the entryway to the bay was, the part that connected out into the ocean. So this thing was between me and the only exit to the place. I tried to run past, but the way that it moved, it was unnatural. It swung itself from side to side like a whip, those legs carving gouges into the floor wherever it went. It had this mouth from which long, broken pipes, from the look of it, with jagged barbs serving like tongues, whipped about. I'm not sure if it even really noticed me or not, but its head swung towards me during one such step, and one of those barbed tongues latched itself into my shoulder. And without breaking its stride, it tore me. It snapped every rib that I have in one pull, one twist of its head. And I felt among the pain something else. Those corrosive liquids that it spilled out from every rusted, every rotting orifice, pouring into my veins. There was a bank of lockers upon one side of the diving bay for diving suits. He gestures down at himself. Old world ones, meant to handle the high pressure of the deep ocean. Wounded as I wasn't going to make it to the door, so I crawled into one of these lockers and into one of the suits inside. I should not have survived the journey. With the amount of blood that I was losing, I should have bled out long before I was able to hide inside that suit. But I didn't. I managed to get inside, and lying there in that suit, waiting to die just like she had, I watched as it chased the others into the airlock. I heard their screams, the sound of the other airlock door breaking as it pushed straight through, out and into the rest of the megastructure. I slipped into shock at that point, and the next memory that I have was fragmented. I was back in the upper levels, back in Torfus proper, being operated upon as my body began to wither and rot around their instruments. And they were completely unable to contain this corruption until finally it simply stopped. My flesh knitted back together, twisted into scar tissue before that too was sublimated again. And I, a man who, by all means, should have died, earned the blessings of a creature that has never wanted anything more than destruction. The blessings of an old world god of pestilence. Lucky me.
My dear, I'm so sorry. I'll be honest. Usually when I say stories, I imagine stories of triumph. Stories of you know. Not this.
Also, Rusty, no, that is not like meeting your hero, because the Fae are post-apocalypse. He wanted pre-apocalypse.
Yeah. You've been through a lot, my dear. Here's your coin, she says. There wasn't a coin in her hand for a moment, at one moment, and then she flips her fingers, and then it's just there. Whenever you need me, just crush it. It'll be very easily crushed in your hand.
Maya takes it, and as he does, he lets out a very bitter laugh, and he says, I continue to go through much. You think these steam vents are for show?
I had a feeling that they weren't.
Every day for the past several years, I have boiled myself alive in the prison that I crawled inside, down in that chamber, just for the chance to see it again, and let it know exactly how much I appreciate its gifts.
That goes so hard.
Yeah, fucking hell.
What? Yeah, what?
Oh, man.
Genuinely, I do think that I don't think that Abaya is surviving this campaign.
I think that
He doesn't intend to. His
Yeah.
intention is to kill the carrier and die.
yeah. And I do think that
I
probably
suppose
might end
part
up
of
what happening.
I think that I suppose part of the intention is leave a message and end up leaving a greater mark on the world.
Yeah.
Hey, primordial Fae are strong, but they're not gods.
Yeah.
I would
As
know.
They're as close as our world gets.
Yep.
That is true.
yeah.
That is
Okay,
why
this
there
will
are
be stronger by the
fates
end of it.
around them. But
Smile. Anyway.
I suppose would Viz have a story, or would Viz? Because I know Lucretia doesn't plan to say anything.
Yeah, nah.
I can imagine that, like, you know, Sertia is kind of like looking back to Viz, like, right, your turn. Viz just kind of stares back, shrugs.
do you want at least a little bit of food or drink? Baya? I think you deserve at least something.
Abaya tilts his head. He says, a drink?
Well,
I would be hard pressed.
What about some food, then?
You come from another world.
She nods.
Give me one of the creatures that do not exist in ours.
She smiles. And to her side, she suddenly there is a portal that opens. And some water like leaks out of it for a moment, and then she just grabs a fish out of nowhere. This fish is maybe about a foot long, and it has these deep purple scales that sparkle, almost like looking at the night sky. Well,
Oh, well, that was not what I expected, but I suppose I did say creature.
you do eat them raw, yes? Or would you like for it to be prepared?
I eat them either way. We are, by nature, able to eat raw meat.
She
I think
nods.
I would like to see it in its natural state first.
All yours then. And she'll summon out a plate to place the entire fish still flopping on it. Well, this is quite something.
Although if you could at least kill it at first, that would be appreciated.
Right. She flicks it on the head and it just stops flopping.
Oh. Well, that's terrifying.
Mildly intimidating.
Little. So, what about you three then? Vince, Myst, I believe it was. Myst looks over to Viz. Do you want to go first, or do you want to go first, or do you want me to at least give our poor host a break from the trauma? I could give her more, or I could probably just tell her about some of the more ridiculous things that I've encountered. No choice.
I cannot benefit from food or drink.
I suppose that is fair.
I see no reason to participate in this ritual.
It is a transaction, not a ritual. But that is fine.
She does deal in more than just food and drink, as I just showed. You're sure there's nothing you would want from her time travels?
Biz, stop looking at Zip's inventory. That's not part of the options.
Yeah, as soon as you mention that, Zip says, not something from the future. I'm sorry. You need to get there first.
Ear flap twitch.
Listen, when you get there, we can have fun. That's fine. I know how much you wanted my gun. Don't touch that. You have no idea what gun Zips is talking about. But you do notice that there is the stalk of something sticking out of their backpack.
What gun do you mean?
Oh, so that's how you... Don't worry about it. Just... don't even think about it.
Sertia moving will just kind of shift chairs and say, well, I can't seem to sit in this one very well, but, well, to change topic then and give you something to distract you from Viz. So, Sertia is also kind of trying to distract herself from earlier. I'd like to look at your inventory and perhaps see what I can purchase.
Of course.
I know at this point this is where Lucretia was eyeing the watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you want to buy that first, because Sertia's going to buy out the rest.
Watch was already bought, so.
Okay. Well then, yeah. Sertia will look at the inventory. I imagine it's asked, and then that's when Zips explains the whole, well, due to how things work, I kind of can only tell you what it does after you buy it.
Yeah.
And Sertia, being pragmatic and having a lot of money, does the rich person thing, which is buying everything, to be certain.
Well, that's a rare one. Well, I can tell you some of it. At least, I don't know all of it. Oh, well, okay, to start. Let's see. Those wine butts. They explode at the end of a little bit of time. The board, you could probably use this. The cards, use them in a fight. The vials will heal you. The plant, I actually need to refer to that one, should help you with other plants. And also the paper. If... From what I gathered, if you fold it into origami, it should activate and turn into some things that will follow commands. But I don't know how to make it activate.
Huh.
I suppose, again, anything else someone wants to buy. I can imagine the cassette is probably pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's something weaponized.
Point, die, explode.
Yep.
Wait, what's the watch do?
Beats me.
I mean, didn't Lucretia buy it?
Yeah. Zip says, just say that. It is magic. It's the sort of magic that doesn't quite exist in your world. I think it has something to do with the times that it was broken in.
We have to keep an eye on it at 310.
Yeah.
Certia, after you are done with your transactions, may I speak with you in private?
13 nods. Are you going to get the board or not?
I am not. I think I'm going to save my money.
Alright, yeah, let Certia eat the cost. Without the watch, honestly, all of these things could be useful, and I'm going to be giving up the rest of my money anyway when I spend it on, the armor stuff, so we'll see.
Yep.
But yeah, so the rest should be 2,260, so Certia is going to exchange funds for that.
Oh, thank you very much. And also, not to mention, Myst is probably going to want to get paid for the danger that she's putting herself in to help you. But,
God, yeah, of course.
Well,
It's okay. By the time that we do the ritual, she'll get a ping on her phone. Like during the ritual, ping on the phone. Oh, I got paid. Proceeds to go back to screaming.
well, say you are. Now, we'll encounter each other again, so I'll have something new for you. Just next time we meet, be careful with the red one. All right?
With the what?
Red
What?
one.
With the red one. Zips nods, and then suddenly, as you're watching, as Zips is packing everything away, Zips was just there for 1 second, and then just gone. And there they go again.
Upon seeing this,
Oh, that was sudden.
Abaya, may I purchase from you some hallucinogenics for synthetics?
As I said, Zips sometimes slides between points in time. We've been able to anchor them to the lounge somewhat, but they always end up accidentally leaving it. There's a very good chance that Zips is possibly floating somewhere in space, or has found themselves in an urn in the bottom of a dungeon, or in the back of somebody's car. Who knows?
I was hoping to talk to them. Now I simply feel destitute and wish to drown my sorrows in drugs.
Oh no!
I'm not entirely sure that's going to work, Biz.
I'm gonna have to do like Ginkgo's campaign and come up with cigarettes for synthetics.
God.
I will see what I can do with this. Do you actually have a port to access for these things?
No.
Well, looks like you need to add that first then.
Regardless, Viz, you wanted to talk to me?
This will nod. The
Yes, Jim.
upstairs is more private, yes?
Your answer to will move back there.
Just don't interfere with Zip's things. I will know if you do.
The Viz's ear flap flicks again as it's walking upstairs. As Viz goes up to Certia, we'll look behind her at Zip's things. Ear flap twitches again before composing itself. Certia. You remember what we talked about near the end of the phone call with your father, yes?
Remind me what that was a bit. It was about talking to everyone about the things.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Sorte will nod. I just want to make sure.
Lucretia's suspicions have boiled over. That morning, directly after my charging cycle, she confronted me. I was hesitant to give a full answer, particularly because of how she muscled her way in. But I do think that they deserve to know.
That is your choice. I am displeased to hear of Lucretia resorting to her lowbrow methods of obtaining information.
You don't know the half of it.
I can't imagine. Regardless, we'll have to wait until Myst is no longer part of our group. But it is your secret to tell. And I will support you.
Simultaneously, however, where else would the best place to tell such a secret be?
I suppose the question is whether or not you want Myst to know. I imagine that it might be best to tell it while everyone's leaving, before we all leave, but after Myst leaves the zone to ensure privacy. I don't think that she'd appreciate being sent to the corner again, after all.
She is a very uppity woman.
I purchased everything, so we can take a look. I don't mind giving a buy at the vial and colorful squares. I'm just grumpy because Yumi hasn't done the thing where she explains what they do when we buy them.
Nope.
Well, a lot of those things actually we have to find out in the moment. To be fair.
Yep.
Grumble.
Oh, see, I can tell you this much. The red vial, there's two, actually. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
You
You only wrote down one.
Did I?
Yes.
Yep. It's just a single large vial.
Oh, yeah, no, it is just one then. It is a healing potion.
Yeah, thought so.
I mean, I made sense. Probably something intensely magical as well.
Yep.
It's a potion of cure disease that can fix a Baya.
Oh my god. That would be very funny. No, I was trying to remember the name of that one alchemist from Deep Haven. The one that was basically like Willy Wonka. It's from his shop.
Amazing.
The End of Days one, or
yeah, well, no, not the end of days.
No, it's not the end of days. It's the one where the guy was like really, acting really wacky, and then we asked for the scrolls, and then he immediately turned it into breast milk.
Oh yeah, him! Oh
Yep,
my god.
The one that started all of your Wordle playing.
Yep. Yeah, he's the one that fucking inspired it.
He is the one that inspired the Wordle. Oh my god.
This was over a year ago now. God damn.
Yeah, and we've been doing it ever since, and I think it did actually like subtract some days after some time because of like some reason. Either way, then we will have to ask Myst to leave again. This time fully. Reassuring her that we will be out shortly after.
13 nods. As long as we're about to leave, I don't think she'd mind.
Very well. Miss is just gonna make its way downstairs. Flop, 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 flop.
And then I think at this point, Sertia will go over here and basically kind of show all the things she grabbed and see if Abaya wants to obtain any of them. And she'll probably hand over the circuit board to Viz just to see if Viz can make out what it does.
Yeah, I guess I'll take it.
At the very least, to examine it, see what it can do.
It's made to be used with robotics. That's as far as you can tell. It's some sort of upgrade.
Great! I don't know what that means and how I would go about using it.
There's a
maybe
whole
like
table for it, for robotics.
So you're thinking that attaching it to me?
Yeah, you'd have to put it inside of yourself and wire it in.
No, that's not risky at all. All right,
So I'll put the description I have in my thing for it, so you can put it into your inventory.
Yeah.
Chunky electronics board with several large wires running off of it. The large chip in the middle has an unrecognizable signature, like graffiti.
Hunky.
And then Abaya has the interest in the healing potion and then the colorful paper.
So Abaya will take the vial so that he can inspect it and potentially find out how to make something similar.
You will not be able to make something similar.
But, it's going to be something
But
to
he's gonna
attract your
try.
attention.
Yep.
And then, of course, the squares of colorful paper.
He will not make something similar. Immunology is 78.
He will not be able to make something similar. It's made from plants and materials that aren't found in this universe.
Well, consider the fact, though, however, we do have the old war plant that can ease the pain of wounds.
True, but that's like a
So
plant.
it may not be able to heal, but you
yeah.
can probably take some of the principles to make it more effective at being a painkiller. which
Yeah,
can
but
be
that's-
used in RP stuff.
That's the equivalent of saying ibuprofen can fix broken bones.
I mean, it can. I take ibuprofen, I ignore the pain until it stops one day.
I am so concerned.
That's not how that works in the slightest.
I am
That's
so
some
concerned.
XP shit. Goddamn.
That is some extremely XP shit. You've been playing too much of that game.
She hasn't been playing in a while, to be honest.
Oh, fair.
See,
Anyway,
can't be XP coded.
excuse me, Myst.
Yeah? What's up?
Because we are leaving somewhat soon anyway to make ourselves at home, so to speak. Would you please be willing to go ahead? There is something I need to discuss with my party. Discreetly.
Well, at least it's not the corner again. I'll get some rations
Unless-
cooking.
Would you like to go to the corner?
No.
Well, hang on. Perhaps I still haven't had my meal, and Miss still hasn't told a story. Perhaps we can at least wait a bit. After all, saving on rations is ideal.
Exactly. It's not like it's going to be a while until this happens again.
I'm also saying this just so that we can speed things along,
Yeah.
considering it's been,
I don't mind
you know,
speaking things along, but I
Really
do
tired.
want.
There's still one
Yeah,
scene I want to do tonight.
Oh shit, is there?
Yeah, it's going to be a short scene, though.
Yeah, I do want to
Okay.
speed up the whole idea, though. Just before that happens, I just want to say, if we want to zoom in along,
Yeah, and I
Sergey is going to order a very wide array of food.
And via various portals, you will get it.
Classic Sertia smorgasbord.
Yeah?
The Sertia board.
Sertia board.
just sounds like a version of a
basically, we
circuit
spend a
board.
little while longer, and I basically want to just say, hey, you get to see Sertia enjoying food, and a lot of the stuff she asked for, she asked for things with some more intense flavors, just to kind of get through the seal. But she seems to be enjoying it. And then, what would Myst order after the stories?
Well, Myst would have to tell hers first, and she would tell the story of how of the cult of the Azure Rat. Funnily enough, when she was talking about that before, of this cult that everybody was thinking that that this was something incredibly menacing. After all, they did kill 3 people. where at every death there would be a claw mark painted into a wall with this vibrant blue paint. And she had assisted some of the police in studying it until she heard from somebody that they had seen the marks down in some of the tunnels underneath the city. Mostly sewers, but also some of them are connected to the megastructure. So, with a little bit of backup from well, basically nobody but Puddle, she decided to go, fuck it. They haven't met me yet. It's fine. Because at this point, she had already taken care of at least one other cult. And she encountered a group of about 6 different people worshipping a mutated rat that its fur was, for some reason, this vibrant cerulean blue. And this rat was, it was about twice the size of a normal rat, and it had like strange horn-like growths on its head. But the cult insisted that she was not a true believer and that she would be sacrificed, and she basically managed to knock down all of them with a single spell, because it was a small room. And so they were all she actually managed to capture basically all of them. She knocked them out with a large blast of aether, and the rat seemed to enjoy the blast. It actually started boggling. So she got the attention of the police to be like, "Hey, I found your killers. Come down here, pick them up." And she grabbed the rat and took it home. So now she keeps this blue rat, which at this point has lived over 10 years. She has no idea how long it's going to live. And she keeps it in a large cage at the back of the shop. She lets it out sometimes. Puddle and it sometimes chase around on the store floor. Chase each other around.
Threatens to sacrifice troublesome, shoppers to the rat.
There is a little sign that says pickpocketers will be given to the rat. Or shoplifters, pardon. And she does order this. She orders. What would she order? Probably. What do you?
I imagine just genuinely a really weird combination of foods that no one else would think would be edible.
But she fucking loves it. And as she gets a few looks, she mentions, "Listen, Puddle messed around with some of my tastes. It happens." And she feeds some of it to Puddle.
One of the things she ends up getting is a Twinkie dipped in hot sauce.
Oh no.
But all right. After she's done, she'll say, "Fine, I'll get everything set up." Miss Gallus? Yes, dear. Good to meet you. I hope we'll see each other again. Perhaps we will. And she'll give a little wave and leave the chamber. You seemed very much in a hurry to get her out of here.
It is an important discussion.
Perhaps.
Giving direct eye contact to Lucretia.
Lucretia? Gallus says, gesturing for her to come over to where the others are.
Should I go to sleep? That is when they apparently like to reveal these things.
This time, I am making a pointed effort to have you awake for this. If you fall asleep here, I will force you awake.
Unfortunately, the fish that Abaya had been given is also known as a sleep aid in the culture it's from.
I do have some sleeping powder in my pocket.
Pocket sleepy time.
Yep.
Miss Gallus,
Yes.
would you mind if I stand on this table for dramatic effect?
Are your hooves clean?
They tend to be.
Then fine.
Viz will climb on the table and turn to face the crowd, as it were.
Just 3 people. 4 with
people?
Gallus. Yep. She kind of like leans forward on the bar, resting her head in her hands.
I guess she does. I guess she will get her story.
Yep.
In the end. As you all know, I am a somewhat peculiar machine. My affinity for Old War technology is quite peculiar and has been noted amongst you for a while as well. Lucretia, gesturing to Lucretia, has taken it upon herself to make her suspicions very well known. A few days ago, Certia and her father have pried into my true secret. The one that I have been harboring for a long time. It is true that I wish to integrate peacefully into society, which is why I want to keep the secret as hidden as possible. It is something that can destabilize the world if it gets out.
Those are always the best stories. Gallus comments.
Abaya, Lucretia, what do you know about seraphs?
Abaya, up in Torfus, there had been a couple of stories of them. They were the most accurate when it comes to seraph stories. They said that they were old robots that once roamed the halls of the megastructures, that were guides and advisors to those of old. But they apparently all ascended at the end of the Old War, becoming something different beyond Fae themselves, and that a true living seraph now is unheard of. That should not exist, because all seraphs have ascended beyond reality itself. However, Lucretia, the stories that you have heard of seraphs are very different. You've heard stories of seraphs being more like dragons, these large metal creatures that roamed the halls of the megastructures and even the forests and lands around them, covered in many wings, sometimes bearing shapes from Old War aircraft, that would be said to eat Fae, and would end up shaping the world around them. Some people credit various mountains to being created by seraphs, for the reason why you're not entirely sure. But there are certain mountains out there that there are stories about a seraph who had fought a Fae, won, and using that power created a hide for itself, which ended up being the mountain.
Seraphs, from what I understand, they were particularly advanced old world AI, recruited and utilized in high delicacy or high research positions.
They're also considered a myth, even there.
No real trace still exists of them, due to an almost mythological step up into a new existence during the apocalypse times. Nonsense, if you ask me, but that is the rumor.
and turns expectantly to Lucretia.
I remember a story of a seraph battling a fae and using that energy to hide away inside a mountain that it creates. Also the mythological type.
It is always interesting to hear the different legends and rumors surrounding a Seraph's existence. You may all know me as Viz, a moniker given to me by the narrator. However, my true designation is the Vescool Illuminator Seraph, model number 43. I am the only that I know of remaining living Seraph in existence.
Gallus does a little golf clap.
Lucretia just like hearing that just has this kind of look of I fucking knew something was up, and then oh fuck.
Yup.
That's actually what she says out loud. It's this like look of vindication, and then just like puts her head in her hands and just goes, oh fuck.
Is that a feeling of, oh my god, I am in some deep shit, or oh my god, I almost put myself in deep shit by threatening
No,
it?
I am in deep shit. Just by being around Viz.
Vescool? Is that some old world company?
It was one of the old world countries, in fact.
The Old War countries. There were 3 major ones: Vescool, Sel, and Oskin. I was constructed and made to serve Vescool in the megastructures. I was specialized in research and development of Old War technologies, some of which are still used to this day, or at least an iteration of them, and in other cases, more prototype technologies for power generation.
Rusty? Now this is a meet your heroes moment. As Abaya just leans slowly back in his chair and rests his arms on the counter behind him. I think I need a moment to process that.
This will nod. I figured you would be interested in particular, Abaya. However, given my propensity for such technology, and given that I still possess a lot of the methodology and knowledge from that time, you can see why I have been very vehement on keeping this secret as possible. I have killed people for getting anywhere close to discovering my secret. Word of me cannot get out. The military, the companies, any government, if they find out that a seraph is still alive and active, it could change a lot of things.
Mm.
You know, I always wondered what a seraph looked like. I met one of the heroes of the Great War once. Gallus mentions. He was some sort of mech pilot or something like that. He mentioned seraphs. How they were rather important when it came to the war. Interesting. He mentioned that they took huge rooms.
Yes. We took a large space. Abaya, do you remember the large hangar-like room that I tapped into the console in the middle? That was the chamber housing a Seraph's core. I have been looking for another Seraph for a long time. And finding out its fate was crushing. I still hold out hope that there may be others like me somewhere. And that is what my project is. I'm attempting to construct a hyper-specialized radio for me to send out hails and other signals to any seraph that may be alive. Because I have been alone for 470 years. I have been alone.
Doesn't look like you are anymore, dear.
Baya actually looks over his shoulder at her. Don't steal my line. I already used that line.
If you have any questions about me or my past, feel free to ask, and I will answer to the best of my abilities. Certia knows a lot. However, if you do have more questions, Certia, now is the time to ask.
What projects were you involved in researching?
Well, I, among other seraphs, worked together with teams. While seraphs were instrumental in the production of a lot of these technologies, I did not create most of these technologies on my own. However, I did specialize in the robotics and electronics sectors.
I suppose that makes sense, given your radio project.
I will use the names of the constructs as I know them. However, you may know them as something different. Some such robotics are the DS-222 repair unit. Spider-like robots that can autonomously conduct electrical repairs or consume itself to repair larger structural issues and destroyed plating. Another such robotic is the Aftonate nanodroid. Very small, flying insectoid robots, primarily used for scouting and spying. I also have a personal magnum opus. But Yumi has not given me the name for it yet.
God damn it!
God damn it, God.
I come up with one, and there will be a modern day one for it as well.
Okay, I right, I can do that. Man, I'm not good at coming up with something like this on the spot. Either way, I can describe what it is.
But
They
you could
are-
also just leave it as like a trail off moment for Viz
Yes.
if they don't want to, dive too deeply into it.
My personal magnum opus is a design for a large-sized centipede robot whose function is extremely versatile. They could be outfitted with anything to allow them to restrain and stun individuals by coiling around them and activating electrical shocks, similar to tasers. One other thing that they were used for was airdropping them from planes onto large enemy mechs to skitter into the inner workings and rip it apart from the inside. They have almost any and all function one might want.
Abaya is staring at Viz, and you see those lenses make a very slow blink.
Abaya, you would recognize that last type of machine. It's been you encounter them sometimes. Once upon a time, you would encounter them in Torthus occasionally, and there is a modernized version that is usually used by police.
Well, those particular ones are still in use these days in law enforcement and riot control, albeit rare and prized. You never know. If we raise enough ruckus, Sungate might send one or two out. You might get to meet your children.
Beyond the robotics sector, I also dabbled quite heavily in electronics, and specifically power generation. Do you remember when I mentioned the fusion reactor within me?
Your own creation, I presume?
This will not. It is a condensed variation of the atomic aether driver fusion reactor, version 3. It was fully developed by the end of the war, and therefore it was not used much before the end. However, because I had such a heavy hand in its creation, I had access to all of its configurations. I was able to devise a condensed version. Combine that with the core of the Seraph AI, and I have created a hybrid core that I could plant into a mobile frame. And then Viz will gesture to its chest chassis. That is what I currently am.
I see. So the rest of you is irrelevant. Only your heart is actually you.
You are not wrong. Among other things, I have also been very... Viz kind of like, thinks for a second. You know my deflector shields, yes?
Mm-hmm.
It is a particular methodology I developed over the centuries, using aether-thergic superconductors. Superconductors that I had a hand in its creation, that could channel aether emissions. Utilizing them, I am able to take the waste emissions from my core channeling it through the superconductors to the various parts around my body. Utilizing the waste of my fusion reactor core, I am able to create a shielding of sorts. I have done everything in my power over the centuries to become as self-sufficient as possible, as well as, considering my goal, not poisoning those around me.
That would be unfortunate, yes.
Does Lucretia have a question?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
The funny part is, Lucretia doesn't have a question.
Mm-hmm. What's up,
But
then?
what she would do is, after it seems Viz is done talking, she just, like, one hand on her head, like, looks up at Viz, shakes her head, like, clearly with, like, the kind of energy of, I need some fucking fresh air. And she just gets up and fucking leaves.
Oh dear.
Well then.
I wouldn't worry about Lucretia spilling secrets.
Yeah, I have an idea of, like, when you guys leave.
She's probably smoking outside of the building.
Yes.
She's probably smoking like 3 cigarettes at once from this.
Hey guys, where's that one image or whatever of the guy smoking?
TF2 spy with 500 cigarettes.
Looking back to Abaya, though, do you have any other questions? I am attempting to be an open book currently.
You know, it's actually very funny you ask me that. Once upon a time, I would have had 1,000,001 questions for you the moment that you revealed what you are. And these days, not so much. I still have a problem wrapping my head around. I spent my entire early life looking for a machine like you, delving into the megastructure, just hoping that even a scrap of something like you still existed. And I have now been traveling with one for a few weeks now, after I met them on a train.
The one controlling the train, no less.
This is a cosmic joke on a level that I did not think could possibly happen in real life.
This
It
is
is.
not something that I was willing to expound upon.
The only reason it's getting revealed now is simply because I know, due to circumstances.
Her father is a prying asshole.
I would prefer not to put it like that, but it was rather reckless of him to not tell me he was, or not inform me he was giving me a Seraph shutdown signal to broadcast to Viz to see if she would react.
You did what?
Yeah! That night at Auntie's house, she used a signal that was supposed to be sent to shut down Seraphs in case of capture. She broadcast it. And you can imagine that I had a very negative reaction to such a thing.
To be fair, it wasn't
He
a
had-
permanent switch off. It was
He had you send a
temporary.
suicide bill.
It wasn't suicide. It was a temporary switch off.
Yeah. It wasn't
With the way that he's describing it, like that's the way it comes across.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. No, I absolutely, I understand that, Viz could have been turned back on. I don't
But it wouldn't have
think
been
Viz
under
would
Viz's
see
own
it-
power.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
Viz would see it that way.
It's very much if this worked, I would be helpless, which is not a good feeling, I can imagine.
No.
It's more so, it's supposed to be a temporary shut off, but as you can imagine, for someone with a sense of personhood such as Viz, it is a rather grievous breach of privacy and a lot of things.
That doesn't understand.
My father has expressed some rather deep regrets about it, but I do not
Deep
blame Viz
regrets?
for.
If
We
I
had
were
a-
to give you an injection to stop your heart, because I happen to have a defibrillator on hand in order to restart it after I'm done, would you take that kindly?
It's obvious that Certe has the helmet on, but she's being like really quiet. But she's definitely struggling to defend her father's actions. Regardless, he was able to talk to Viz as close to face as can be at the moment. A call where the two of them communicated. It was interesting to see him so. She's struggling to find a word for it, but
I reamed him out for his reckless behavior, particularly that of putting his own daughter at such tremendous risk. I was ready to kill Certia that night, or at least attempt that. It is unfortunate that my secret was revealed in my weakest incarnation of my body.
Our goal is that once we figure this out, I'd like to do everything in my power to ensure that Viz can continue trying to integrate into society. Despite being a seraph, if Viz wishes to become a normal citizen, or at least as normal as can be, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to grant it. It is why I seek to get strong enough to ensure Viz doesn't need to adapt to be more combat capable.
My dear, focus on being that person that you want to be, Gala says. You have been through a lot, but I can sense it. You can be strong. I believe in you.
It depends on what happens.
Hmm.
It certainly does not feel good to be helpless and vulnerable in combat scenarios.
I fully understand.
I did not intend to go on adventures in this body, and yet it was forced upon me. This kind of looks back to Obaya. You would not have liked my first few incarnations. House-sized chassis, multiple limbs, legs, multiple cameras staring at you in all directions as well. 9 cameras, 7 arms, with a variety of weaponry and other functionality.
I'm not going to lie, that does seem like a very arbitrary number of various extremities, but that also sounds fascinating.
I was working on salvage. Do bear in mind I spent some 50 years attempting to crawl out of the remains of my megastructure.
I see. So it's more just something you cobbled together on the way.
To survive. And the wreckages on the surface provided as well. However, for my long-term goal of attempting to integrate into society, such a weaponized, ghastly form is not conducive to that. Over the centuries, I have slimmed my body down more and more, coming to what you see before you today.
I might have things for a second. And then he stands up. You clearly remember these days, he says, looking up at Viz for the first time in his life. Do you have any recordings of those days?
Recordings. No.
I see. That's actually a shame. I would have enjoyed seeing the old you.
Viz kind of looks almost meek for a second. In my many centuries, watching people from afar and watching civilization regrow after the end of the war, I also noted their particular practices. One such thing being depictions, pictograms. There was a time that I attempted to recreate that. First, it was very mechanical. I imagine from their perspective, it is not a nice thing to wake up one morning and see a 10-foot slab of rock with a mechanically drawn portrait of them around the campfire. But I have also participated in the act of self-portraits.
Personally, I would have been flattered, but I would have had to figure out a way to get the portrait moved. Gallus says with a chuckle.
For the young people that were just coming out of an apocalypse, knowing the kinds of terrifying creatures in the wilds, I imagine that it is not conducive to safety.
Well, that is actually where you encountered your problem, Viz. It's not that you were unsafe or anything like that. It's that you always tried to be the one approaching. The way that people work is they have to willingly insert themselves into an environment before they start to adapt to it. Otherwise, they consider it a hostility. I imagine the same might have been true with you. It is one thing to witness a creature like that, observing from a distance, unknowable and potentially dangerous. It is another thing entirely to approach one and potentially find safety in the shadow of something much stronger than yourself. It is why people have gravitated towards Fae these days, as disgusting of a habit as that is.
Gallus blinks. Should I be insulted? She says, looking over to Sertia.
Abaya looks over his shoulder. Oh, different Fae.
Right.
It is an amusing thought after speaking to Silas. If things had gone a different way, and if my rampancy led me down the path of vengeance for the scientists that sacrificed themselves for me, then I very well may currently be the strongest being in the world. And yet, I felt compassion, and I sought to honor the memory of those scientists who spoke with me and saw me as more than a tool. I seek to let their sacrifices not be in vain. I want to learn what it means truly to live as they all have. I am still trying.
The way I see it, dear, this journey that you've been put on, it's throwing you into the deep end. But when thrown into the deep end, you quickly learn how to make do. I think you will learn quite quickly. Gallus says. Also, we are only 1 hour behind the length of the last 2 sessions.
And Yumi has the one scene.
I'm not going to do that one scene tonight. I can save
yeah.
this until Saturday.
I was going to kind of end it here, to be honest, unless Abaya had any other questions. But Abaya and Lucretia, for that matter, can ask questions freely and openly in the future, and I will answer them. I'm fully extending that hand out to them.
Fuck yeah.
Well, I suppose I only have one question then in that regard. When you say you want to learn how to live among us, we mortal creatures, how do you want to be seen by us? As just another being sharing this world? As a source of inspiration? A leader, perhaps?
I just simply seek to understand why one would go against protocol, would go against a set plan to throw their lives away. I want to pay it back.
Abaya sets his hands upon his knees, then he stoops down slightly now that Viz is down to be on roughly eye level with him. You already learned that lesson. Why have you gone against your own plan in order to repay these scientists?
The Fizz is just kind of quiet, contemplating this. There won't be a response.
The answer, little one, is because you care. It's that simple. The source of caring differs from person to person for reason to reason. Some good reasons, some bad. But what it all boils down to is that you actually give a damn. And you are willing to do anything in order to repay favors given or thought to be given. I jumped off a cliff for you. Sertia risked herself to pull you up even when you had the capability of saving yourself. And together, we fought our way out of one of the most hostile environments for any of our kind. Simply because you are valuable. And the same can be said in reverse.
Viz just kind of takes a moment before nodding slowly, but it's still a very thoughtful, like, you know, like, emotional nod.
He sets a hand upon his head and gives it a little rub before he straightens back up. Now, let us go outside before Lucretia develops stage 4 lung cancer in the span of an hour.
God damn it.
Agree. Turning back to Gallus, thank you for your hospitality.
Of course, dear. And, young one, she says to Viz specifically, you stay safe. I think you will do wonderfully. All right?
Viz will nod before turning. Kind of just as it's exiting the doorway. Young one. That is not something I have ever heard before.
And with that, we will call an end to today's session.
Where is Lucretia upon ending, or leaving the doorway though?
Oh yeah, where is
Yeah.
she?
You would find Lucretia just like sitting on the roof of her car, like rubbing her temple with one hand, a cigarette in the other, just sitting there, like gazing off into the woods.
As soon as you all close the door vanishes. And yeah. Myst is off to one side, seemingly already cooking up something in a little portable camper setup. Despite the fact that she already ate a meal, apparently she's hungry again.
Damn, where's the Sotia?
Do I need to check you for a tapeworm?
Listen, it's just... You know how it is. Witch business. Also, anyways, Puddle wanted something. So this is mostly for Puddle. Puddle lets it a little...
I think we can kind of hand wave this setting up camp for the night.
Yeah. And the next session, we will start with a little scene during the night. Yes, there's a little scene between Myst and probably Viz, or maybe even Sertia, that I
What?
think that they would be interested in. Yeah.
Between Myst and Viz? Oh, that's
Mhm.
weird.
Yep.
I guess we'll see.
Indeed.
Well, at the very least, due to that popping up, Yumi doesn't have to worry about adding too many plans for when you have session again at the normal time.
This
because
is true.
once again, we moved.
4 hexes.
4 hexes.
God
moved
damn it.
4 hexes.
What kind of road trip is this? Jesus Christ. It was supposed
Hey.
to be a quick jaunt.
I know. To be fair, we
is
did say
Sparky.
this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
We did say this was gonna happen.
I knew it was going to happen.
Can't believe this. By the way, again,
Shorter session, by the way.
Shorter.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're almost at 6 hours. Fucking hell, I am so mentally exhausted.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So over the course of 2 sessions, we have moved 14 squares.
I mean,
Well, to be
on the
fair, we also-
positive side,
yeah.
you've also seemed much more cheerful during this, Yumi. So
Yeah, it has helped. I definitely need to face plant in bed for a little while to relax, but it definitely has helped. And then afterwards, probably make some eggs because I'm hungry, and that's the one thing I have in here right now. Yeah, what am I supposed to do when my therapist suddenly gives me 24 fucking eggs?
Egg.
You hear that, chat?
No, no
Yumi's
jokes.
therapist gives eggs.
No jokes. Not here.
It's because he owns a farm. Anyways,
Golden
thank you
eggs.
all for coming. I appreciate you all, especially if you came and hung out for this entire weirdly timed session. And I need a little bit of rest. But thank you all for coming, and I will see you all on Saturday for hopefully actually the road to Miro.
For a real session.
Yeah, I'm going to have to name this VOD something else. Probably name it like Myst or something. Anyways, take care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Revelations.
Misty.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
witchy business. Witchy business.
Which business? Oh, God. Anyways, y'all take care now. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.